area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's a typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst, typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about, because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down. Something called molecular dissociation breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better, because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air. that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these too travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh, yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's an inexpensive filter. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we know with filters, filters only filter what makes it to the filter. Correct. The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. The problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. Everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes without really understanding them. We have here at Green Tech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that when they get broken down create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of a sudden the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard. And by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well. is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters. And so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used Odor Guard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden, one day they appeared on the skyline. Pollution used to be and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource Board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California, from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask. I think they're protected.
So true. I mean, one of the things that I say about technology is you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. They use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks so much.
And we are back again with Steve Hergott this time, who's been a Normie member for a long time now. And Steve, we've done a lot of interviews in the past, and I've always enjoyed doing them, especially when I ask you about HVAC. I think that's your world, and
My world.
and we're going to go there today. But I do want to mention that you are an author. You have a published book, Healthy Harmless Homes.
Correct.
You want to do a shameless plug and hold up your
Sure,
book there
I'll
real
do a
quick?
plug. I happen to bring a copy with me today, so
There you go.
I wrote this right before COVID. It's a primer on indoor air quality, and it's focused on HVAC solutions to indoor air quality problems. So that's the theme of this book. So here it is.
Well, and that's what we talk about, all the indoor air quality, and that's what this is about. But what I wanted to ask you about, what's new in the HVAC industry? Because I know you're really on top of that stuff. So what's going on with it?
Yeah, so I work in the Boston market HVAC. It's my full-time job, I'll say.
Just if you would keep the mic a little closer. They got
Okay,
all the
gotcha.
speakers
All
right
right.
there.
So the big trend in New England, but really across the country, is we're calling it electrification. That means we're converting from fossil fuels like natural gas and oil, and houses and commercial buildings are going all electric, which really means heat pumps. So that's our big trend, which sounds simple enough, but it's a real challenge to retrofit an existing building that, say, now has natural gas heat to go to all heat pumps.
Have you noticed any issues with supply of electricity in those environments? Because I've noticed locally, with all the people now switching over to electric cars and everything else, the voltages that are coming into homes and businesses are lower.
Yeah, so that's going to be a challenge down the road. We've not seen a big problem, but sometimes in some of the larger homes that they might have, say, 200 amps of service, which used to be plenty. Now they have to upgrade to 400 amps, which is a significant investment, may not even be possible at some locations. So that's
Well,
good.
I know the electric companies have been sending out notices, warning people about overusing things, leaving their vehicles plugged in, charging all the time. It's overloading the grid. So switching over to these all electric heating and cooling systems, I mean, that to me would be a concern, though I understand the benefits of doing it.
It's going to be a huge concern. Yeah, we don't think the grid can support all that's going to happen HVAC wise, and then you throw in electric vehicle charging stations. It's going to be an issue for sure.
So what's the advantage of the electrical heating and cooling systems that you guys are switching to?
Great question. I'd say it's not an operating cost benefit usually, because natural gas is way more affordable to heat, especially in the northern climates. The benefit is for the environment. That's why the folks are doing it. They want to do what's right for the environment. So that's why they want to put in heat pumps.
I agree with that. And I see a lot of people doing things like electric vehicles, changing away from natural gas and propane and stuff like that. However, I think the challenge that we're all going to be facing is the limitations of what's available right now. It's almost like this time the technology is ahead of the curve. We usually wait for the technology. Now we're ahead of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And back on the technology, it's amazing now that heat pumps have gotten so efficient that we're able to produce efficient indoor heat at outdoor temperatures down to minus 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Every time I say that, it sounds like magic.
And that's with the electric pumps.
Electric heat pumps, yeah.
Does any of that work with thermal transfer?
Meaning
As far as the deep earth thermal circulation?
So that's also, I'm glad you brought that up. So that's another trend. I'll say again, the Boston market I know best. Geothermal is making a comeback. It had its day about 10, 15 years ago, and now it's making a comeback. Yes.
Yeah, I saw systems that were being installed, like you said, 10, 15 years ago, some even a little bit longer. And it was, to me, it always confused me. How does that heat or cool, but it's really doing it without the compression?
Yeah, so it's doing it because we know the earth temperature when you dig down into the earth is approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Plus or minus. So that's easy. If you think about it, that's easier to pump up the heat from 50 degrees Fahrenheit to where you want to heat it in the house, as opposed to minus 20-degree air, right? It's way more efficient.
Well, interesting. At least there's options out there, but again, it's still all electric powered. There's no other way to power things right now.
Yeah. So the latest technology, to get maybe a little technical, I don't want to get too technical. So air to air source heat pumps we extract the heat from the air and then we blow the air into the house. Air to water heat pumps are now getting more popular and being brought to America from Europe. So there we extract the heat from the air, but then we put it into water so that we can circulate that water for radiant heat, cast iron radiators, those kind of things. So that's for the New England market, that's the retrofit market. There's a lot of homes and businesses that have forced hot water heat.
It's funny because the newer technology of doing that is using older technology to deploy it.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yep.
Interesting. That's a big twist.
That's a big twist.
So how does any of that affect indoor air quality? Because now you're getting away from forced air.
Yeah, yeah, that's another great question and a great point. So when we have forced air heating and cooling in a home, we can filter the air, we can humidify the air, we can dehumidify the air, we can filter the air, we can add air purification technology. Yeah, but if we have forced out water heat, then yeah, none of that applies. We need portable type indoor air quality.
The
So
standalone equipment.
standalone equipment.
I mean, even things like just ceiling fans help in those situations.
Ceiling fans help, correct? Yep.
So, well, interesting. So is that in your book? Things that we're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's not in my book. That's probably the next book, or I've either got to upgrade, I either have to upgrade this book, right, and put some more chapters in it, or write another book. But all that takes time. I wish I had more time, but
Well, I think that's going to be the sequel to this
The
book
sequel,
because this
that's
one
what-
is good.
yeah,
And the sequel of just all this new stuff
Yeah.
that is really just now starting to come out.
yeah.
I don't know if it's in the industry or not. Have you seen anything with AI, the artificial intelligence in the heating system for
Yes.
cooling?
Yeah, so I get a weekly magazine called the HVAC News. Almost every week now, there's articles about AI either being used by contractors or being used by manufacturers. Yes, definitely.
When we do our classes, we talk about a lot of the technology and the changes. And whenever we mention AI, I'm not dealing with that. I want nothing to do with it. I don't understand it. And unfortunately, we're in a world that things are changing so quickly. You don't have a choice.
Don't have a choice. No.
It's you can't fear the technology. You have to embrace it because left behind's not even a valid term any longer. If you don't.
Yeah, I've actually started experimenting with it. So almost every day now, I ask a question of my AI app on my phone, and it's been fun. I've even got my wife doing it. I never thought she'd go down that road, but she's even have fun with it.
It's truthfully in everything we do. There's a company out there now that's handling the AI development of most cars developed in Europe, some coming over to the US. Main chain stores, restaurants are now using that for their online ordering. You don't even know you're talking to a computer and they're taking your order, answering your questions. So it's there. You have to use it. And I can understand where HVAC is definitely going to be there. I know years ago we had computers controlling our temperature in commercial buildings and relative humidity and making adjustments. So it's been there, just more advanced now.
Yeah, it's almost a little scary because we have to, like you said, we have to stay up with the technology. The older I get, I feel like it's more and more of a challenge to stay up with the technology.
Yeah, but to stay engaged in this industry,
Yeah.
and truthfully, it's concerning, but it's also an exciting time for the industry
Yeah.
because there's so many advancements and so many things making healthier, safer, cleaner environments for people.
And then you toss in the government and the Department of Energy is involved. So right now we're phasing out the current refrigerant that is used in all HVAC equipment, which is called R410A. That's phasing out the end of December. And starting January 1st, all manufacturers have to use new refrigerants that are friendlier to the environment. So again, it's September already, and we're not being educated yet by the manufacturers about what's coming at us in January.
Will the newer refrigerants work in the older equipment?
We don't think so. No, we don't think so.
Because many people have 5,
Yeah.
10, 15-year-old air conditioning
Yeah.
compressors and they do leak
Yeah.
and they need to be filled.
Yeah, well, we'll still be able to buy that R410A
Oh,
refrigerant
okay.
because that happened when R22 got phased out. It's probably 15 years ago now. We could still buy it. In fact, even today, you can still buy R22 refrigerant because there's equipment, rooftop equipment still has that in it. So we can still buy it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate the update and we're going to have you back when you get some more information on this
All
changeover.
right. Well, this
So
is
thank you.
always fun to interact with you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank
All
you,
right.
Steve.
Hello and welcome to episode 25 of Trade Talks Unlocking the Experience. Today's guest is Miss Evie Sims from Australia. She is the founder of Bolts Holding and Building Environmental Wellness Group. She has over 25 years of experience in wood floor drying, major loss mitigation, and mold remediation. She created the Building Restoration Inspection Institute for industry training. And she's certified in various certifications from the RIA and IICRC. And that is not it. She is a board member of IAQA. She's a founding member of the Australian IAQAA chapter and is active on multiple standards for our industry and committees. And the list goes on and on for Miss Evie. So without further ado, please welcome Evie Sims.
Hello. Hi, everyone from Australia. Good to be here. Hi, Kayla. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Thank you for joining me. You know, it's my evening here. It's your morning there, right? So I wanted to take the opportunity to, interview you and just kind of talk a little bit about who you are, fun facts about you, and what you're going to be speaking about at the experience. I think it's important to let people know you're going to be speaking at the spring experience. And what are you talking about?
So I'm so lucky to be going to Florida in spring to talk at the experience. It's going to be my first gig. I did something. I was at last year with Lisa Lavender at 360. So that was fun, and I think you get a little bit of a. Oh, I need to do more. So this time we're going to talk a little bit about building wood floors, how we can expand our businesses in restoration world to a bit more of different class 4 type drying situations and what class 4 drying situations might really be. So it's more like an intermediate restoration things. Hopefully I'll be able to give some ideas for people to bring back to their businesses and say, hey, you know what, we can instigate this type of protocols for this type of drying techniques or this type. So I believe in utilizing equipment to its maximum advantage when you're doing a restoration job. So hopefully I can be able to share some of that.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm excited to see what you talk about. Honestly, you have a very unique background. I couldn't list every accomplishment or every involvement that you have. You've been in the industry for quite some time. So, tell us a little bit about that. You started in cleaning and then you kind of evolved. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I think my cleaning restoration life have evolved for the last 20 years, stabilizing in the last 5 years or so. And when I say that, is that because doing cleaning was we started doing one of the first green cleaning companies in Australia, utilizing different ways of cleaning that is not going to cause allergies. So we have been my business, me and the way that we work in the cleaning field has been very proactively encouraging better ways of living from the get-go when I started doing cleaning already, which was a lot of learning curve, looking at how my staff was performing and learning that they were actually affected by some of the chemicals. Some of our customers had a lot more allergies. And with that, it really super speeded me into, green cleaning. And that has followed throughout the course of my cleaning restoration career. But cleaning is cleaning for buildings, commercials, builders clean, and all that was very, very interesting. But however, I wanted to provide smaller crew, because cleaning business is bigger. So smaller crew, and I started to do carpet repair, carpet dyeing, which was very small, personal, time-consuming type of work. And then from there, actually went to restoration. And that's why I started to do wood flooring, which is very similar to that of dyeing carpets, and color repairs and carpet repairs. It's a very similar aspect because it takes a little bit of patience, and know-how. And once you've got that, you can expand. And I think the reason for all this changes is because I'm a woman in restoration. It is quite an interesting space to be at, 20 something years ago. It's a very male dominated industry. So for you to become, for a woman to really be able to have active voice, you need to really be able to diversify and change and find a niche market. And I think I found my niche, and I love the little things that I do. And there you go. And that's why I'm here. And because I learned that way, now I hope to encourage people, and I do a lot of free classes for people to encourage them to actually get involved in the industry and start from younger, bring in some transitional generation people to come in and find it as a career path, not as a industry that you can just come in and go because of whatever the reasons.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you talk about your journey, right? Your career path essentially. You started in the space of carpet cleaning and even I would even say corrective color is a form of restoration, right? And I think that that's the cool thing about everything that we do. You also have to inspect in order to understand what you need to do to color correct. So, I think it's a beautiful thing to see how we're all intertwined, and we haven't really even touched on how you've gotten into the indoor space essentially, right? You are a board member for IAQA, and I've been fortunate enough to know you through the IICRC and IAQA and meetings and events. But can you talk a little bit about the relationship between, the indoor space and the things that we do in inspection, cleaning, and restoration?
For sure. 2008, I went to my first IAQA meeting. I met a bunch of people there, all of them were nerds. They all had these titles that was so big. But yet, me, little me restorer, was going in there, and they were talking to me. And I love these people. I thought they were just great. It's like you go into a space, and it didn't really matter because you participate in the space. They really embraced you into it. And then I looked at building inspection from there. A lot of people were doing building inspection. I already had a moisture meter fetish, like. It started before that. So I started to buy meters as much as I can. And talked about meters. So I know a lot about the meters. And I thought, that's it. My transitional space from doing the next phase of my life should be really looking at how I can assist people. Because most of the things is that you get a lot of people that goes in, they restore things, and then they walk away. Most of the homeowners and the people actually don't know what to do next. What's the next pathway that they're supposed to do? And I thought that, that would be really good if I can start looking at, which I'm already doing, starting at that time to look at inspections and stuff. And then I thought my career as I move on would become a consultant. In 2014, I started the full consultants phase. I still did my specialty work, which is wood floor drying. I did some mode still, and those were the two participants. But when I was doing mode, I was looking at really chronic inflammatory respiratory syndromes type of people that had to look at a whole holistic view of not just recovering the homes, but looking at how I can continue to maintain an indoor healthy environment for them, and then look at using continuous monitoring systems and help them to do that for about a couple of years until I let them go. And and they're more in their own remedial path in their building management system, so to speak. So I really enjoyed that space ever since I went to the first IAQA meeting. And then I wanted to do more as the year goes on. And And I reached out at one point to Jay and said, I'm really interested in seeing how I can get more involved. And luckily, in a couple of years, he mentored me for a while to be able to get on to sit on the nomination, and got nominated as one of the board members for IAQA. And prior to that, we looked at the Australia and thought, Australia didn't have a chapter. Hey, we've got, one thing that IAQA is very good at is that we're indoor air quality consultants. And we are very good at merging a whole bunch of people that's already in the space, your industrial hygienists, your occupational hygienists, your building inspectors, your building science people, the restoration people, and all that people. We're very good at being the interperson people to nurture all these people together. And I thought that would be really good in Australia. So in Australia, everybody just went, let's do it together. And we formed the Australian chapter in 2016 with Dr. Claire Bird being one of its president, and I being one of the first directors of it. Hey. And then she's carried the flag to all the different presidencies now. Hey. So it's very exciting. They had the first conference just a couple of months ago.
Oh, how cool. It's so cool to see how everything has evolved, right? How exciting. And I think that's a really cool thing about us being in different parts of the world. We can learn from one another and take pieces and make our immediate environment that much better, right? We all have something to learn from one another, which that's one thing I really appreciate about you is you've never stopped educating yourself or never stopped pushing yourself to that next limit, which is so cool to see. Speaking of all of this, I know a lot of people know you for your Restore background and your IAQ background, but what's something that might surprise people about yourself? Are you like a secret, artist of some sort? Do you like to sing? Are you like, do you like to play football? What is something fun about yourself that you'd love to share with everybody?
So I'm a hockey fanatic at the moment. So I go. We have a bunch of 25 ladies that has a summer and winter sessions that we go and do. And we went to Pan Pacific last 2 years ago. We came in second, and this year we came in third. I don't know why we keep on playing different age group. We're not on the age group that we're supposed to. We always play about 10 years or 15 years younger. I think we're trying to test ourselves, but it is fantastic. I think kinship is one of the best things. And hockey, apart from hockey, is a really interesting sport. And I'm a little mad about hockey, less I'm mad about soccer. I don't play soccer, but I play hockey. But it's just that is that friendship that you get, that you spend with, so many people together. When we went to the Pan game, we had 17 women, and we went swimming in the morning. They had yoga in the rooms, we cooked, and then we went and played games for 7 days, came back hurts, leg hurts.
Especially when you're playing somebody, like you said, 10 or 15 years younger. But man, to play second and third with a group of women that's your age that are playing people that, are someone you should be mentoring essentially is nothing to sneeze at. And yes, of course, your body aches and stuff. So what you're saying is if you really needed to check somebody, you could do it, right? Like you can check them on the ice, you can check them in real life.
Come on.
I'll remember to just give you a hug when I see you. I won't even try that. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Evie, and everybody else watching. We hope to see you at the Experience April 8th through 10th at the Charlotte Harbor Event and Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. You can register now at rnrmagonline.com. And as always, you can listen to this and other content and videos on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And if you're looking for updates and maybe even some articles from Evie or some highlights from her session, you can follow us on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. And a very, very special thank you to Miss Evie today. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you very soon.
I look forward to seeing everyone in Florida for the experience in April.
Take care, everybody.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance. I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and the central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the third day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly. There was a lot of smoke in the air, and we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't there. This air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air, what were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. We have there's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the Air Quality Index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. So what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? That sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, places like New York, Washington, D.C., other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and it's a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM 2.5 in the air. You can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to, like the photos you showed, can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research that Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires. And he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air, it turned the sun orange, it turned the sky dark gray, and I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM 2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen an increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting. A week after what your photos show, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
It's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM 2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what do we say, 37 weeks. Now, the same studies, or same study that I'm aware of, estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts. And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people. That's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual. And these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces, that those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me, I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's, the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort, like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies, to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on
That
your
was
graph?
outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what my indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that, and whether and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance. Well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors as well as air quality purifiers right now, they're affordable. It used to be cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if you reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. We see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. People want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particulate because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ICE, say, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. There can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water. and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about, the young, the elderly. We've talked about pregnant individuals. We've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth. It affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, like doggy doors that go in and out or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from, fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing, that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance. My dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now he has to.
He doesn't want to go out in the rain either, so
Well, yeah, but he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out. They get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to be just pushed through it. He knew what was out there. I don't want to go out in that. And I think you look at animal behavior. Animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this. And it gives us a glimpse as to what could happen again. It could be longer lasting. And how do we deal with that going forward? I mean, it's just like the people in Florida and the Gulf Coast that live in a hurricane-prone area, but they don't go and buy plywood till 24 hours before the storm's going to hit. The storms are going to be there. Prepare ahead of time. Like you had said, you can get monitors to know what's going on in your home. You can get air purification. You can get better filters. I mean, the term we use is you either have a good filter or you are one.
Yep. Really important, Lance. Again, I'm going to go back to my cell phone, my mobile phone. In times of tornadoes, hurricanes, I'll get messages on my phone, take cover now. So, a government agency has interpreted the risk of the tornado, the storm, the hurricane, and I need to take cover, seek shelter. What I found in the messages that were given out on my phone, it wasn't that clear. Yes, your photos show clearly there was lots of smoke, lots of particles, and maybe other substances in the air during when you took those photos. But the messages I got on my phone, in the media, on TV, social media, in the newspaper wasn't clear enough to say, and then it wasn't just some groups that were going to be affected, it was going to be everyone. And it wasn't really, I think, this is very, summer is just starting here in the US, on the East Coast, West Coast, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just starting. We're very early in the wildfire season. And I think we've got the air quality index with numbers and colors. We've got messages that went out, warnings, but I think this is the time to be clear on what actions, what do you need to really, really do to protect the health of you, your family, your loved ones, and your pets and your animals. And I think this is a good opportunity. What happened last week, learn from that and say, right, how do we do better in giving very clear, actionable advice? Tell people what to do and how to do it using what everyone's carrying right now, Lance, one of these, the cell phone.
Well, I think education is the important part, and the public education is really important, whether it's through PSAs, public service announcements, or just making it available for people to call, reach out to the ISSA group, to Normie or Normie.tv. We can help guide people, to where to get more information that's factual, not just somebody selling a widget and, here's the best thing. I mean, I saw people walking around with paper towel masks because they knew wearing a mask was going to help with particulate. The paper towel mask was useless, but, somebody said, well, use a paper towel, it'll help. Well, does it help? Yes. It's like emptying a swimming pool using a tablespoon. Yeah, you are emptying it, but your effect is really, really limited.
And that's a good point, Lance, because we've gone through the 3 years or so of a COVID-19, pandemic. People have masks. Or they know where to buy masks or have accessibility to masks. The challenge we have, Lance, is there's so many people in our neighborhoods, our community, in our cities, our towns where we work, that they have to work outdoors. We saw when the photos you took, the smoke in the air, we saw the schools cancel all outdoor activities. We saw professional sporting bodies like the Major League Baseball cancel games. But again, that's for the population that was going to go watch a game. That's for the kids that were at school that wanted to play outside. What about the people that have to work outside? Where was the actionable solutions, the information there to say, you work outside, we need you to work outside, this is what you do. I really professionally and honestly believe, Lance, a lot of that information was missing, and a lot of people in our towns, in our communities, our neighborhoods have to work outside. They have no choice.
I just read an article of the lawsuits that came out of 9/11. And Christy Whitman was one of the named individuals in that, I think director of EPA at the time, or one of those large organizations, where she came out and said that the air quality a week later was okay for people to go and work there and return to New York City. And 15 years later, she was found guilty of all this misleading information and stuff, because the data showed it was unhealthy. I mean, we're 20 plus years out. There's still debris from them in the walls, in drop ceilings, in buildings all around New York. So this isn't a short-term effect. Oh, it was there, it's gone, the air looks clear, it's nice out today. All of this affects us going forward.
Oh, it's so important that everyone understands dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. Lance, I did 12 years in the military. When all the deployments I did around the world, we don't want to leave waste in a footprint in a foreign country, so we burn it. And so you can easily see, there's books written about, there's movies about the exposure of soldiers and the military to smoke pits, the fire from fire pits, the smoke that comes from fire pits, and the increase in cancer in those military personnel. And again, look at the numbers that came out from 9/11 in 2001, when so many of our colleagues, Lance, went there with the best intentions to help, to do what they have been trained to do. And look at the number of friends and colleagues that we know of, that have been diagnosed with cancer since that deployment back in 2001. And I know the number of again, friends I have in the military that were exposed to smoke pits over the years and have cancer. It's real. What it means, we have to do better when we go to respond to those important acute events, to try to mitigate them, respond to them, and then go into recovery. We've got to do better in our training as well as our equipment to protect what we know in the long term causes inflammatory disease, heart disease, lung disease, cancer.
Absolutely. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you for spending time with us today. I mean, it's always informative listening to you. I think this was information that we needed to get out in this series, with the actual data, a lot of the study information, short and long-term effects, which is what we've covered. And just give people a place to go if they have questions or concerns, how to reach out and get help. The Normie organization at normie.org, ISSA organization, GBAC. There's a lot of credible sources out there that are out there doing this for the right reason and trying to educate the public. So I want to thank you for being part of that. I want to thank you for being part of this series that we're doing on fire and smoke. And we'll do this again.
You're more than welcome, Lance. Again, we're even at Normie and ISSA and GBAC now, we are still working right now. How can we do better in translating the information we know, the research we know, into helping people understand this is what you need to do when you see that apocalyptic look in the sky, the sun is blocked out, it turns bright hot orange based on smoke or particles in the air. And it's something we're still working on, Lance, and hopefully we'll be able to do better and get better information out to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And I think closing out, I just want to leave the images up there on the screen. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. You have the sun up there now and the smoke?
Yes, can see it, Lance. And as we know, we saw it, we lived through it, we breathed it, we kept doing the work we should do. But again, did we decrease the hazard, the risk? Did we wear the appropriate equipment to protect ourselves? No, we didn't do a good job at that.
Well, I think this is a good start. I think we're getting the information out there. Hopefully this is helping people, answering some of their questions. So thank you again. I appreciate the time, and we'll do more series down the road.
You're more than welcome, Lance.
The final day of the Experience Trade Show. It is September 6th, 2024. We are just finishing up the last few hours here in Las Vegas, and I have another guest speaker, Jennifer Starling.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for being here. And you are the insurance person that has been wandering around and talking with us for the last day or two. And I appreciate you stopping by to do this interview because I want to hear more about your company. So who are you and who is your company?
Well, my name is Jennifer Sterling. I've been in the industry for almost 20 years, specifically to the fire, water, restoration, mold insurance needs of all the contractors in all 50 states. I'm proud to say I write a package policy with general liability, pollution liability, professional liability on a flat rate, no audit. And we also work really strongly with people trying to navigate their workers' comp, because we write the workers' comp and the auto as well as your equipment, or either any franchise requirements or any TPA requirements.
So you're not an underwriting agency though.
Well, we do some underwriting, fire water restoration. Not a lot of the carriers don't really like it. There's over 2,500 insurance companies in the country, and we're down to 5 that will write fire, water, mold packages, including the professional and the Baileys if they need that too.
How about your reach into Florida? Because I know there's a lot of issues down in Florida with insurance right now.
Sure. They've tried a lot of different things. Florida is not our only issue when it comes to the fire water restoration, guys. Texas is now becoming more of an issue with a new construction defect they're trying to push through, similar to the one they use in California with that 10-year construction defect. We're seeing a lot of trouble in Colorado. I think a lot of the guys are really used to paying maybe $2,000 a unit for a truck. We're seeing these carriers trying to push it to $4,000 a unit. So it's sad. It's really important that these guys go back to the grassroots part of the business, look at your infrastructure, make sure you have good hiring practices. If you're taking a knucklehead out of a little tiny Honda Accord and sticking him into a gross vehicle weight, 20,000 pound box truck, let's make sure he can park that truck. Let's have strong guidelines when it comes to cell phone use. The partner in the passenger seat, he's helping him park, find the address.
Well, a lot of that's OSHA regulations anyway.
Sure, but our guys are just not doing it. They're going a mile a minute. It's a very unique industry. Sometimes it's an emergency, and so they're going fast. Sometimes it's in the middle of the night, and some of those safety measures just get avoided.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we see that in so many different industries, and we're always hearing about the terrible accidents that are happening. But, we teach in our classes about the whole OSHA side of it, where companies need to have written policies about text phones and cell phone use.
Mhm.
And again, we get the same, oh, we didn't know that. So as far as the insurance policies, do you actually do an audit of potential customers to help them know what you can do for them?
So what we like to do is we like to set up an analysis, so to speak. It's a 1-hour Zoom, a free consulting. We'll review all of your policies. We'll look at the Secretary of State, your contractor's license. A lot of these guys will have like an ampersand versus the and sign, or they change the name from restoration to restores. So we like to look at it from beginning to the end, make sure we're crossing every T and dotting every I, making our suggestions. Sometimes, our suggestions are all you need. However, other times you're working with a local agent who's not familiar with, your needs. Your COIs are taking forever to get. They don't understand the wording. The policy doesn't include those particular endorsements, which hold the guy up from getting on a job
Right.
or sometimes getting paid. I see a lot of guys that are subcontracting. They're not making sure they're being indemnified by their subs.
Right. They don't even know
That's-
if their subs have
Sure.
insurance.
It's a fancy word for cover your ass. You got to do it. You got to make sure whoever you're letting do work on your behalf has got the right insurance in case they screw up their policy pays for it.
How are you guys with the AOBs, the assignment of benefits that we're still hearing about through Florida and other parts of the South?
Well, I kind of stay out of all that,
Good move.
yeah,
Good
I
move.
kind of stay out of it. I kind of feel like Switzerland at times. I'll support the franchises. I'll support the TPAs, and I love my independent guys. So, I just really try to stay in my lane. I wish more lawyers did that. They try to tell you that your insurance is fine. I have a lot of guys who tell me like, oh yeah, I'm covered under the other guy, or no, fake news.
You don't need underinsured. You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. You know, a lot of them don't realize if their guys are in an auto accident, it's a workers' comp claim.
Yeah.
You know, and if you know the other driver's at fault, well, you sure as heck should call their insurance before you start opening up a claim on yours, you know, because
Absolutely.
these carriers are taking forever to subrogate. And you think like, well, it wasn't our fault. You know, this shouldn't affect my experience rating mod on my workers' comp, and it really does. So, and we pride ourselves in workers' comp. Workers' comp audits, we all know are a nightmare. So, I try to help with those too.
Do you have agents local in different parts of the country, or are you all based out of one area?
We're all of my back office is all over the country. However, I am the horse's mouth. The buck stops here. So, I know every account I have, and I'm blessed with being able to work with people who are wanting to do the right thing. They just never were told how to do the right thing.
Yeah, I saw one of your taglines, and I got to find it here for a minute. Your pollution solution,
Sure.
and then it follows up with Nationwide Insurance Broker. We actually use the terminology in some of our training. The solution to pollution is dilution.
I like that.
You know, and
like
it's all
that.
about, you know, indoor air quality and things like that. So
Sure.
it caught my eye when I saw the catchphrase.
Huh.
We use it. We also do things with our technology. It's like when you use technology that's proactive, would you rather be standing in the solution or the pollution? And,
Correct.
oh, I want to be in the
Correct.
solution. Well, that's what we
Correct.
do.
Correct.
So it definitely caught my eye. And
It was a tagline that was indentured to me by an underwriter who was a key component in writing one of the first contractor pollution liability policies almost more than 20 years ago. And that's another thing guys don't realize. General liability is not enough. That covers slipping, falling, break a vase, scratch a wood floor. All the crap these guys are going to write a check for or fix with one of their employees. You know, that policy is great for that. However, if you're going to disperse a pollutant, anything to do with a liquid, solid, or gas is an exclusion on the general liability policy.
Yeah.
So if you're working with a local agent, you should go look at your general liability policy and see if there's a total pollution exclusion, which means you have no coverage for the work you're doing.
wonderful,
So
wonderful. Oh, let's ask about one other thing that's always like a taboo subject with our industry. As far as insurance goes, do you provide any kind of health insurance?
that's a great question.
I thought so. You know.
I'm currently working with the Helios Group, who's been endorsed, both of us, by the IICRC. And we have created a group way of providing benefits to your employees. And I think that's great because I think a lot of people forget that employees want to feel like they're part of the family. And what a better way to have retention with your employees is to give them just a little something, something. Maybe, you know, if it costs you a couple $100 a month and they pay the other half, they're not going to leave you. They're likely to stay.
And you're
They're
able to set that up with the individual companies?
sure. Yes. Through the Helios Group and myself.
Interesting.
So we just became the preferred broker for the IICRC, and they're handling the benefit side.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good. Anything else you want to tell us about your company or you?
Gosh, you know, we love this industry very much. We're very loyal to it. There's 3 or 4 main brokers in the country like ourselves that really know the industry inside out. I'd love to help you all out. Like I said, we're great with the workers' comp. That seems to be the biggest struggle these guys are having right now, and the auto. But keep in mind, some of these carriers will not even look at auto or workers' comp unless you're put in one of these packages first. So that's the trick.
Okay, very cool. Good show for you.
Been a great show. I love it. I love it. Good to be
I
here.
mean, it's hot. It's hot outside.
It's really hot, y'all. I think it's 109.
Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel awful, but thank you.
Anxious to see the Eagles win tonight.
Oh, you're an Eagles fan?
I am.
Okay, we're going to end the interview now.
Go Birds.
No, Giants, Giants.
At least you're in the right, division.
Right. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, Lance. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
I want to welcome two special guests today to our interview, and I'm calling this an interview a little bit more than just a discussion because there's some points that we really want to get out here. So I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director from ISSA and GBAC, the Global Bio Advisory Council, if I got that correctly.
Yeah, it's
And-
pretty good, Lance.
And Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. So welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Okay, let's get started. I mean, we're here to talk about the devastation that's going on right now out in California, especially in LA County. And it's an environmental disaster, it's a health disaster, it's a humanitarian disaster. And it's of such a large scale and such a densely populated area that the numbers are staggering. I mean, just to get us started, they're talking about so far with just the 5 fires, over 10,000 structures being destroyed and almost 200,000 people being evacuated or told to evacuate their current locations. And as we were talking about earlier, some are being evacuated from their evacuation locations because the fires are jumping so quickly. So with that, Gavin, let me bring you in first just to get your reaction on what you see from what you've been following.
Yeah, Lance. So again, from both perspective of ISSA that represents their members, Normie that represents their members, we wanted to reach out today. So look, this event started, Lance, Tuesday, January 7th. So we're trying to move as quickly as we can as member organizations that represent thousands of members across the country, that we're here to help, we're here to listen, but more importantly, we're here to network and help facilitate any of those of our member organizations that are going to deploy to California, because we're still in an emergency situation, but we're rapidly going to move into recovery. And so what we're seeing right now, that this is not just an environmental disaster, it's still ongoing. It hasn't ended, Lance, but it's going to be a significant public health emergency with immediate and long-term consequences.
Well, it's already reached that level because people are functioning and trying to function and exist within these smoked areas, and they are breathing this in. So we've already reached that. I think it's just going to continue to grow larger and larger. And Doug, I know that we've talked earlier about the Normie membership, especially our presence out on the West Coast into California, and we're really concerned about our membership out there as well as with ISSA and what we're able to do to try to help going forward.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because our industry, which is really a microbial industry, not just mold, really has an opportunity here to help a lot of people. One of the things that we've talked a little bit about among ourselves is after the fires last year in Canada, Canadian fires, I think there were a lot of people that didn't realize that there's a tremendous microbial problem that happens after a fire, not just during, but some of the bacteria and fungi actually survive the fire. I know a lot of people think, well, it just burns everything up, but that's just not the case. And so if you're dealing, as Dr. Gavin said, with a public health concern, public health emergency, not only for the people that are there living and breathing those contaminants, but also those who come in to help. They need to be careful and make sure that they're protecting themselves from the contaminants that are in that environment.
You know, you see on the news people running around wearing bandanas and things over their face. And obviously from our industries, we know that's not appropriate. But Gavin, if you could say something to some of the people that are out there, what would you advise them to do in these environments?
Yeah, really good point, Lance and Doug. Yes, members from both ISSA and Normie will be deploying to help in California. It's an emergency, it needs to be done, but we've really got to look at the hazards we're going to face, Lance, which are both in the air and on the surfaces. Look at the fact that the most immediate hazard right now is that complex mix of pollutants of fire, smoke, and soot. Now, that particulate matter measures anywhere from 2.5 micrometers or smaller, which allows it to get into the lungs and then into your bloodstream. And so the short-term exposure to smoke, you get mild irritations, you get runny noses, scratchy throats, but then you get severe conditions such as bronchitis. And then for some sensitive groups, you'll get pre-existing respiratory and cardiovascular issues. You get even higher risks of inflammation and problems from the pollutants that are in smoke. And so it's so important that any ISSA member, any NORI member that is going to deploy, please reach out to us if you need help in doing your hazard assessments, and reach out to us if you need help in identifying the correct and appropriate personal protective equipment, and even the processes of how to operate in such a hazardous environment that has seen a fire go through an urban environment.
Well, that's one of the things that we talk about with the Environmental Task Force, and trying to get our memberships up to the level where they understand how to operate under FEMA rules and, engagements. And that's all part of safety for them. You want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem as a victim.
Well, I think one of the things that I think is interesting that I think we should probably recommend is we talk about personal protection equipment, and almost always when people go into a cleanup situation, they're going to wear gloves. They're concerned about the things that they're touching, but I don't think they think as much about the things that they're actually breathing. And even when the smoke is gone, some of that submicron material and particles that Dr. Gavin's talking about, like a little magic carpet ride, is carrying that bacteria around. Bacteria doesn't fly on its own, but it actually can be on those particles, and then you're inhaling it, which is a huge, huge issue. So face protection is important. Eye protection is important to make sure that you're protecting yourself from the potential contaminants that are there. As we always say, that you can't see, it might be that the smoke is gone, but you can be sure that at submicron level, particles are still elevated. And when the particles are elevated, so are the bacteria and fungi problems.
Yeah, you mentioned something, Doug, quickly there about eye protection. And that was one of the things that we saw with the fires from Canada a year and a half ago, when the smoke conditions were so bad on the East Coast in the United States. People were still out, they were wearing masks, but nobody was really paying attention to eye protection. And I spoke with several optometrists and ophthalmologists several weeks later, and they had a massive increase in eye infections, irritation, scratched corneas, all from the exposure and people not being protected.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing too is making sure that if I'm working in that area, if I'm trying to help folks clean up, I need to have a place where I can rest at night, a place where I can go and a safe place, as it were, where my body can rebuild. I'm not a doctor, but I think this is right, that the whole purpose of rest is to give our bodies a chance to rebuild itself. To be strong and be able to go back into that environment and be able to withstand the contaminants that are there. So having a place where they can go, where they're safe and protected, I think is really important as well.
I think the term they use for that is resiliency. And it's really the ability of your body to regenerate so you can continue to work in those environments. As far as what we're trying to do here, we want to hear from our members also. We can be contacted directly at our email address at support@normie.org. If there's anything you want to reach out to us, you have questions for us. If you have video you want to share with us, anything like that, please send it our way. And if there's anything we can do to help, we will do that. I have been reaching out to some of our members out on the West Coast, and we're trying to set up some interviews from people that are out there working and doing some firsthand observations of what's going on, not just at the fire scenes, because that's truly what the news media is covering right now. But we're talking inland, away from some of the direct fires. These are areas being affected by the smoke and all the contaminants that are affecting homes where people are still living. And how do you deal with that? So, Gavin, I don't know if you have any suggestions on that. I know we talked about safe rooms in the past.
It requires preparation. It requires planning, Lance. And I really want to emphasize there is going to be a lot of work for ISSA members and NORMI members to do in California. But please do not underestimate the hazards and the risk you're going to face in this environment. Do your hazards assessments, do your risk assessments. Ensure that what you have is going to keep you and your workers safe, because there's both those immediate health effects and long-term health effects when you work in a very toxic, very highly contaminated environment. And I'm just going to emphasize how important this is, Lance. There was a study done in California that was published in 2024. It involved over more than 1 million people, this study, and it showed a strong correlation between the PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 exposure of smoke and fire, debris and soot, and future diagnosis of dementia. And we don't often think about, yes, the physical health, but also the mental health conditions that these environments can impact on. Pregnant women, they'll face huge potential impacts on fetal development. There's a high likelihood of premature and low birth weight babies, very extensively studied in areas that have suffered fire and smoke damage. We know that there's a number of studies out there on cardiovascular issues. We know that just a study that found that exposure to smoke during a severe fire event led to a 70% increase in out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. So important. If you are a supervisor, if you're a manager, if you're going to be one of those workers there, identify the hazards, know your risks, and just work in a situation with the appropriate personal protective equipment and the process. Take those rests and breaks when you need it. This recovery will take a long time. It'll be not a race. We've all seen the terrible, terrible images on the news in the last 3 days of areas, vast houses and buildings being completely destroyed. They're the ones that we know of. What about all the ones that have been damaged? Lance, we don't have a number for that just yet.
Yeah, and that was the point about the fringe areas, as I called it, the areas not directly on fire or have been destroyed already, where people are still living. It's the concern that they're not protecting themselves, whether they're working or living in their areas. And that's what they really need to start ramping up on now. We talked about masks. I mean, an N95 would really be the absolute minimum, to even be close. And truthfully, that doesn't provide you any oxygen. If you're in a low oxygen environment, a fire area, heavy smoke, that's not going to help you. So you really need to know where you're at and to know what is required to be there to be safe. Okay.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question, and we may want to edit this out. I don't know, Lance, but and I don't want to put Dr. Gavin on the spot, but I remember reading a study several years ago, if I'm correct, and maybe I'm not, that's why I'm asking you, where they were talking about submicron particles. I think the study was done in Germany, but they were submicron particles are so tiny that they go through your natural defenses and can actually show up in the blood and possibly cause blood clotting.
I'm not familiar with that particular study, but yes, there are reports of that that I'm aware of, Doug. Again, I think the most important message from both you, me, and Lance right now is don't neglect the potential immediate consequences and long-term consequences of repeated and prolonged smoke exposure, soot exposure, debris, contaminants, toxic contaminants in an environment that has had fire go through it and smoke go through it. And so that's, yeah, we could sit here academically and talk about all the possibilities, but right now, as Lance said, you have to have the right respirator that fits. You have to be fit tested. You have the right eye protection. You've got to ensure that areas of your body that's exposed is going to be in contact with toxic contaminants and pollutants. What do you do at night when you go for a rest, a break? How do you wash that off and do it safely? What do you do with your clothes that you wore today, and what are you going to wear tomorrow when you go back out into the same toxic environment that suffered from all this fire and smoke damage? These are key questions. I think the way that we're approaching this is the same way that we approach those communities last year that got hit by hurricanes. These are significant disasters. These are really sad disasters, but we do know that members of ISSA and members of NORMI will respond. And the key message here is we are here to help.
Everybody has to keep in mind that dealing with fire is something different than most people are used to. It's almost a living, breathing thing. It has a mind of its own. And there's a lot of counterintuitive information out there or ideas that you have to keep in mind. People love the smell of campfires. So when you have a forest that's burning, oh, this smells great. That's fine, except you also have homes, businesses, industrial plants burning, and all of that pollutant is in the air that you're breathing in, along with the smell of the pleasant pine tree that's burning. So taking that in is toxic. The other thing about fires are that are counterintuitive. If you look at a firefighter wearing turnout gear, that gear is designed to protect them from the severe heat, 400 or 500 degrees that they're exposed to on the outside. Most people, when they see a fireman, if they look in distress, want to hose them down and cool them off. That's probably the worst thing you could ever do. When you put water on that 500-degree jacket, you've created steam, which could actually kill somebody. So it's counterintuitive when you deal with fire. So don't get lulled into a false sense of security thinking, oh, it's like a campfire in my backyard. This is a completely different beast.
Well, and I think one of the best examples that I could give that all of us lived through, have continued to live through in terms of long-term health effects as the results of a disaster like we're dealing with right now in California, is what happened with 9/11. I mean, there are people still dealing with the health effects of not wearing the proper personal protection equipment during that disaster. So we're not making it up. I mean, that's just the way it is.
And I think that's important, Doug. We want to ensure that we help as much as we can our ISSA members and our NORMI members to be professional, but also we want to help with telling their stories, why they do deploy. I think a lot of what the work we do in our industry, in our community, doesn't get told. And again, the purpose of us responding today with this video was to say, we're here to listen to you, but also to tell other people the wonderful things you're going to be doing in the next days, weeks, and months as this recovery effort will start to scale up.
Well, I'd like to invite anybody watching this, an ISSA member, a NORMI member, or anybody else that works in this amazing industry that we deal with, indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation, microbial issues, fire restoration, to reach out to us. Again, support@normi.org is an email address you can reach us at. You can go to our websites at issa.com, at normi.org. We're out there, and you can find us where you can reach out to us, contact us, let us know your stories, as Dr. Gavin had just said. We want the information coming to us from the people that are on the ground firsthand, but we want you to be safe too. Any last words from you gentlemen?
It's going to be busy, Lance. There's a lot of work to be done. And again, it's going to take individual companies, individual organizations will go and respond, but it's going to be an industry-wide team effort to get a lot of those people that have suffered, not just the places where the buildings have been completely destroyed, but all the buildings that we still don't have a good number or account of that have been damaged. And that's going to take a massive team effort. So this is the start of lots and lots of work to be done.
Absolutely. I mean, we are not in a race to put out the fires. That's not what our job is. There's firefighters out there racing to do that. This is becoming a marathon, and this is going to be a long-term event. And we're all going to have to pitch in and help. And we're putting it out there. We're here to help. And anybody out there watching this wants to do to join in, provide us information, videos, interviews, please reach out. Doug, anything else?
No, I'll just say thank you to you and Dr. Gavin for bringing this forward. I think it's really important that we tell people that there are answers. And as Dr. Gavin said, being prepared is the start. If you haven't gotten prepared for this and you're dealing with a disaster, let us know. We want to help.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Lance.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you all to the Experience Show here in Las Vegas. Today is September 4th, 2024, and the doors are about to open, so it may get kind of loud in a few minutes, but I'm talking here with Kurt Benjamin, and I want to let him explain what he does. And I know it's dealing with credit card processing, but they're like leading the industry and what's going on now with court cases and battles and everything. So it's really interesting. And I'd like Kurt to tell you a little bit about himself and his company, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Lance. My name is Kurt Benjamin. I'm the CEO of SIFT Payments, Secure Innovative Financial Technologies. Our company's technology teams and legal teams went to the United States Supreme Court. We landed a unanimous decision that resulted in the building of the only fully compliant zero-cost credit card acceptance payment gateway. In other words, we allow businesses compliantly in all eligible states to no longer paying the interchange rates when accepting a credit card. So a lot of businesses and home services have been adding fees. You can't add fees. You can't add administrative fees. You can't add convenience fees. Because Visa is now diligently auditing companies and finding companies for doing this. Our gateway has been around now since 2013. So we pioneered this industry. We're the only company that guarantees compliance in the businesses. We don't just show people how to fee. We give them a whole suite of technology and guarantee their compliance in every eligible state, with the exception of Connecticut and Massachusetts. Those are the only two states we're working on right now. So you get them as well.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I apologize for sharing the mic here, but we had some technical difficulties with transport. You know, I think if you remember the old American Tourister commercial with the gorilla, I think they were handling our equipment, so that may have been the problem. But you know, it just said no fees, and I know I go to a lot of places and they're tacking on 3%, you know, upcharges. You know, and then in front of the house, back of the house, but they're adding these fees on, and you're saying that they can't do that?
So most companies are doing this illegally. They're not offering, empowering customers with choice and proper disclosure. So again, we pioneered the space over a decade ago. And other processors without our technology, our patents, and our IP have been trying to work, you know, band-aid ways to get around the technology, the IP, and the patents. And they're getting fined. The merchants are getting fined, not the processors. The merchants. And so the bottom line is you can add a fee, search them, but you need to empower a customer with choice. They need to see the proper disclosures and they need to have choice. That means that the technology needs to detect the difference between credit, debit, ACH, and you need to provide all those options in your flow. And that's what we do uniquely. Others don't.
Okay, so if I follow this, if I go to make a purchase and on the receipt or whatever, it explains to me, if I don't pay by credit card, it's gonna cost me less, basically, or there's no additional fees or anything else.
Correct.
And there is enforcement on this now.
Oh, tens of millions in fines being handed out regularly. In Visa, the minimum fine is 5,000, then it goes to 25,000, and then you can lose your right to process. And they're diligently going after this space because they protect all of us as card holders who pay annual fees. So merchants who have been just adding fees, contractors that are adding fees, doctors, all types of businesses are seeing fines in tens of millions.
That's amazing that that's going on and it's not really public that people know about this. So besides the basics of what your business does, how do people reach out to you for help? That's what it sounds like you're offering, you know, to this industry, help for the consumer, help for the processors, help for the credit card merchants.
Well, we just recently changed our name. We were Cardex West. Now we are .sift, like .net, .sift, S-I-F-T. So you go to www.sift.com. SIFT stands for Secure Innovative Financial Technologies, and that's how we can help. We walk them through a very detailed presentation via Zoom. Connecting with us is super simple. There are no fees, no contracts. All we do is save people money and we get them in compliance.
Well, for those of you watching, that's Kurt Benjamin, who's the CEO of the company. You've heard it from the man. He's the one to reach out to. So thank you for spending your time with us and bringing the information to our industry. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lance.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So good. Okay, and we are back again with Keith from Zeppelin. Zeppelin is the official name.
It is the
But
official
we
name.
all know it as Airwall.
Correct.
That's the big part. And we've been talking with you guys for quite some time now. And we use your product in some classes. We teach about it, and it's all pretty good. So I'm gonna let you give a little bit more information about you, the company, and we'll chat. Oh, and we do have to share the mic. Sorry about that.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. Well, thank you, Lance. Yep, we do. We go back several years, and in that time, our company has evolved quite a bit. As you know, you've seen us grow. We have 14 products now. We keep trying to answer the question how to do containment specifically better. And we do that by not just controlling dust and airborne stuff, but by controlling other factors. In fact, we stopped calling it containment and we started calling it total environmental control, because beyond just the dust, which is obviously important and the first thing it's supposed to do, it also helps you control something that normal containment doesn't, which is sound, for one, 15 decibels, but also it has an R value of 20. That's thermal resistance. That means that we can help control the climate, either on the remediation side of the wall or on the living side of the wall, which is also really valuable, especially in hot or cold areas, right?
Yeah, we saw that doing one of the classes recently, how we were able to make it so quiet inside. And that was one of the things that really kind of like caught the attention of some of the students, because we're talking, and all of a sudden, all the peripheral noise was gone. So it was really interesting that, and the thermal part does make a big difference, whether you're working in a cold or hot environment, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the discovery of the sound thing. That happened to us the first year we displayed it. I was having conversations in our negative air chamber that we made. First and only time negative air has ever been run at this show, by the way. And I was having those same conversations and realized we were just talking in normal tones. It's amazing. But yeah, so the thermal resistance is also really important. And then when I say environmental control, I also mean controlling the messaging, because we allow for customized work. Right behind us, you guys are a perfect example. Yes, yes. You get to control messaging, which is something that normal containment doesn't allow you to do. Messaging, when I say that, I mean like we're the best in the area and we're doing a super high quality job. Someone sees this on a job site, they don't question what's happening beyond the wall, because it says to them, it communicates to them the quality. And then by letting you do custom designs, while you're running the best equipment, you get to tell everybody that you're doing it by putting your logo and your colors. So that's the other thing. And then the final level of control, sometimes the most important, is controlling cost. Because what we did is so easy to set up, it's a labor control, right? How much time is involved in setup, but also the cost of materials. And yes, it takes a while if you just think of it in terms of tape and plastic to pay for a wall. But when you add the labor component, we've determined that within 5 to 7 uses, you've turned your containment from a reimbursement item, because when done well, that's about what you can count on. You're not really making money on containment. You're just getting paid to do it.
It's what you're not losing.
That's right. It's what you're not losing. Once you get past that 5th, 6th, 7th use, instead of being merely reimbursed, you're still getting paid the money to put it up. But now one of your technicians can put that containment up in 20 or 30 minutes.
Well, let's hear something about some of the new stuff. 'Cause I heard you talking before about cutaways from walls, containing that, and some other new products. So you have 14 different products now. What's the newest stuff out?
Okay. So we just announced what we call a Flex Seal. The Flex Seal is actually, I prototyped that more than anything else we've ever built. And and when you see it, you're going to wonder, but trust me, it had a big job to do. When you do a flood, typically 24 inches from the to do a mold remediation, you've opened up this huge super highway of cross contamination. You're under negative air, which with that opening can be hard to control. But most importantly, when you want to pass your clearance, if you're sucking in things from the top of that wall cavity or from the crawl space, you may not pass. So what's being done now is some guys call it building shelves. I've heard other ones. This one I like. It's kind of funny. Diapering the hole. But basically putting plastic and tape and trying to plug it up, cover it up. We built this plug essentially that makes the job so much easier. And it's very professional because all of our stuff, just like all of our stuff, it allows you to brand yourself and declare your superiority in the market. So that one's really, really cool. And then we also introduced, not as recently, a little bit back, as our new window units, our window units 2.0, way better. They allow you to use any size duct from 6-inch to 20-inch, installs in any window, any size, and can run up to 2000 CFM. So really, really versatile tool. And then the most recent offering is kind of funny, didn't exist 2 months ago as an offering, and only does because I built a display that needed to be able to power 3 window units off of 1 air movie. So I needed a 4-way air splitter. Using the same air interface that we have on our window units, I made a 4-way splitter. And then everybody liked that so much, they said, do you have a 2-way? So I could just connect directly my lay flat to my air machine or my negative air machine, either one. I said, I don't, but I can. So we built one of those too. And they're amazing. They take up basically no space in the truck. One weighs just over a pound, one just under 2 pounds. And they won't scratch your floors. They can be hung because they're light, so you can run your ducting overhead if you want to, so you're not tripping, right? And just like everything we make, super high quality materials that should last you for years.
So besides seeing your excitement and enthusiasm about the products,
Yeah.
I would say to you, so what's new? And, you know, and you would just go on for 10, 15 minutes again.
Let me go.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I mean, how's the show been so far for you guys?
It's been good. You know, we showed up. First thing we noticed, it was much smaller than it was the last time we were here. But that hasn't been a problem. I was a little worried about that. I was like, oh man, it's not nearly as big. Where's the flood house? But I really haven't noticed any diminished energy. Don't have any less foot traffic. So for us, we feel like the show's still going really well. It also helps that we sell kind of a sexy product. That's what we've been told. I'm not boosting myself. I've been hearing that. We sell a sexy product that a lot of people, even after 5 years, still haven't seen. Which actually tells me we need to work on our messaging, because after 5 years, I want everybody in restoration to know about us. We still haven't gotten there, so we're still working on that.
Well, you got a few more days, just like we do, and there's a lot of excitement about what we've been talking to people about, obviously your product, and there's a lot of discussions going on about other things that I'm going to talk to you offline about. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you,
And
Lance.
we'll chat over the next few days, and maybe we'll do a follow-up to this, maybe. Thursday,
Maybe.
Friday.
There you go.
All right, thank
Thanks.
you. I want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So, Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across the good section of the Midwest, too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air. And, people spend 90% of their time inside. And so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that. And then when we are faced with a situation like this, where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay, or the smoke at bay in that part. But, what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside and breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is, something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the chemicals like, low levels of formaldehyde in the home that perhaps they weren't sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross-sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs, because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. But when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. PAH, as I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with the poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. I mean, they run across roads, and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road, and sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's a building in the way, or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire, or a house. Of course, you're going to have all of the man-made products, artificial products that then burn. That all goes up in the air, and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
In the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here, because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires, and we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, well, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite, because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov, fire.airnow.gov. And that one's really cool, because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance had it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky, it looks like sunset. So, it's that dark. I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from two different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, with, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad, or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside, or whatever it is, that deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer, fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to, without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too, that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. a lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You know, you mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You know, you're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals, and particularly to people who are sensitized.
Well, that's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off, at least short term, and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated, and, a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles, and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitized individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group, many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine. They can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in. Typically those are only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan on the on switch rather than on the auto switch should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. Oof, that's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But they build a building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air. And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. Is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend, 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
It's not a new concept. I mean, they teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from, from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. I mean, you're in those cases, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers. Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. I mean, literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They've got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's
Right.
first going to get hot and the fire season is going to first come on. And then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada, hopefully by the middle of next week, we'll have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge. And we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is it's pretty tough to, have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, yeah, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you.
And we are back again, and this is going to be going on throughout the day today and tomorrow as we're doing more and more of these interviews. But we are privileged now to actually have Jim Mannes from Shaw Industries with us. And I know in the past you've worked closely with the experience with training and other things that you do, but I can't do justice to your title or actually what Shaw does. You guys are big players in this industry. So tell us a little about yourself and the company.
Hey, thanks, Lance. I appreciate it. So my name is Jim Mannes. I'm the National Director of Shaw Total Care. And Shaw is a flooring manufacturer based in Dalton, Georgia. And we make pretty much most of the floors that we live, work, and play on. So happy to be here.
Oh, I appreciate you spending the time. I know you guys have been busy. We have been. We have a lot of people coming around, and it's really, it's encouraging to see the interest that people have in what we do, which is in the indoor air quality umbrella. Actually, everybody here is under indoor air quality, just as you are. But you deal a lot with water damage.
Yeah, we do. Indoor air quality is a very hot topic, especially as it pertains to flooring. And most of the time, I think kind of the pervasive thought is that hard surface flooring is cleaner than other types of flooring, maybe. And we found that all flooring, has the opportunity to be hold contaminants and things like that. And really, there's no difference. It's ironic, Lance, that we'll sell a hard surface flooring, tile, wood, laminate, vinyl plank. But then the first thing people do is cover it up with an area rug. So they're ultimately going back to carpet as where they interface as human beings. So,
yeah. Hey, it's funny. We talk about it in our classes where we'll get people that know they have an indoor air quality problem and they think their solution is I'm getting rid of all my carpeting and going to hard floors. And then about a month or two later, we get the phone calls. Something's wrong in my house. I have all this dust all over the place. Not realizing they removed their filter.
Yeah, they just got rid of the best filter in their house. Carpeting is, they call it a trap. Heard that word before, but and it's funny that we have very inexpensive equipment to help clean and maintain carpeting that helps keep a better indoor air quality. But, working with, Doug and you, everybody at Normie, and in fact, I attended a few classes that you guys do an amazing job. But really understanding the holistic approach to the indoor built environment. And it's really incredible how flooring, gravity always wins. So any particulate that is heavy enough to settle is going to wind up on our floors. So we like to know all facets of how everything interrelates.
We saw a major shift in the industry when COVID hit. And, we say it lightly now because it's pretty much over, but, COVID hit and all of a sudden people realized breathing's important. And it's affected
It-
everybody's industry.
Yeah.
All the verticals in
Yeah.
here. What did you guys see coming
No,
out?
it's definitely changed the trajectory of most businesses, I would agree, and flooring's no exception. And we clearly try to get to more sustainable pieces, indoor air quality, green build, and many other things that go to, you know, low or no VOC. You know, that's a hot acronym in Normie's world, and we really you know, pay attention to that, and generally always have that be our touchstone when we're creating a product or enhancing a product. So
As far as you said, low or no VOCs, I mean, that's a big issue under the indoor air quality.
absolutely.
And it sounds like you've addressed that.
Yeah, we've completely removed that from our vocabulary, our products. You know, the adhesive sometimes can contribute to that upon installation, but besides that, we are VOC free.
I know there was a big issue probably 5-10 years ago with flooring that was coming from overseas that contained formaldehyde and some other products that really created a problem. And thankfully, the industry's been addressing that. It sounds like you have, and eliminating
Yeah,
it.
Shaw is extremely proactive on keeping our ears to the ground, understanding what's happening. And really, one of the things that I'm really proud of about what we do is we have a fantastic technical services department and a lab with millions of dollars worth of equipment that tests all these things all the time, not only for wear and durability, but also how they contribute or do not contribute to indoor air quality.
Well, that is, besides the buzzword of the industry right now, it's the reality of it.
Yeah.
You know, and I've said it before, and I try to say this whenever I can when someone's willing to listen. You know, people can go 30-40 days without eating. I can't, but people can do that.
Clearly, I can't either.
I can't either. But you know, and they can go 3 to 7 days without water, but you can go 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Yeah.
And the air that we breathe is that important. Everything that you make and all these other products that are here affect it. And it's so important to do it right.
Yeah, no, and you know, and really I think as a society, and clearly the work that you're doing, you know, indoor air quality, we are learning so much more. We sat through Gavin's class this morning and
Yes.
talked about biofilm and just different things that are just part of life. But now we're learning, you know, the relationship between indoor built environments and the common things that are present, and we need to be aware of them, address them, and be able to remediate and clean them effectively. But you know, one of the cool things you guys do is you have all this equipment here that really helps us evaluate where we're at. You know, what are we doing that's good? What are we doing that might be not so good? And your team here at Normie has done a great job of giving diagnostics that help us.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed over the last, I'd say 10 plus years of going to these types of events, the industry has grown up.
Sure has.
Matured to the point where it's not, this is my territory, me. It's, we're a team.
They really are.
And it has to be approached that way. There's
Yeah.
too many facets for one person or one company to handle.
Yeah. No, and it's so true. This event, the experience event, allows us to interface with all the technicians and the professionals that work on our product. So we want to be here. We're glad to be here. We're doing terrible things to our flooring over there and then fixing them just to show that. But clearly, what Normie does and the indoor air quality component, and also surface, right? I mean, there's a lot of testing that you guys do. Because eventually, again, everything falls to the ground, so we need to evaluate that. So this is a great learning lab, I like to say.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because when I do an assessment, I also sample the floor.
Sure.
Not many people do that. In our industry, there's so many people that don't look up and don't look down.
Yeah.
You know, and it's all part of what we do. And flooring is where it all ends up.
Well, you know, flooring guys and gals, we always are looking down. Of course, that's our business. But
Right.
on the way to the convention hall today, I was looking at all the cold air returns, and I evaluate a building's health.
Yeah.
You can very quickly, any airport, anywhere you go, look at that air return or that air displacement, and you're going to see how seriously they take their maintenance.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. The red and green dot scenario that I've noticed in hospitals, their maintenance crews will go around and put a different colored dot on registers when they've been cleaned. I've also seen them peel off dots and just put new ones on and keep going. So again, it's the manpower, the education, the teamwork that makes this all work.
You know, Lance, that's so true. And, you know, one of the things I think that has changed, you mentioned how much things have changed, like since COVID. I think prior to that, most of us, if we're being honest, clean for aesthetics, clean for appearance,
Clean
right?
for appearance.
And now we have tools to be able to evaluate what is clean, where do we want to be at? And, you know, flooring, again, obviously a critical part of that, along with the air. So you look at air and surfaces are the two main components. And we're happy to be here and happy to be participating. You guys are doing fantastic work.
No, thank you. You know, Gavin uses the term cleaning for health. And we agree
Dr.
with that
Michael Berry,
completely.
right?
Yep. But one of the things that we look at is we don't want to quantify what that is. So we use the term cleaning for a healthier, safer
Sure.
cleaning
Sure.
environment.
Yeah, we live in a perfect world. You're never going to get to zero.
No.
There's no such thing as a sterile environment typically. That doesn't exist.
No.
But there are parameters, Lance. I think that we all can agree that is a healthier place to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you for your help. If somebody wants more information about you, where do they go?
Yeah, so check us out at www.shawfloors.com. And if you want to see a great care and maintenance website, www.shawfloors.com/care. And we've got a lot of great tools for everybody to use and invite you to come and check us out.
I have to point out, it's the first time I ever saw somebody go /.
Yeah, well, I'm a visual learner teacher,
It's
so
all good. It's all good. Thank you for being here.
hey,
with us.
thank you.
Second.
Hello and welcome to episode 26 of Trade Talks Unlocking the Experience. I am Kayla McGowan, editor-in-chief for R&R and responsible for the sessions at the Experience. So today's special guest is Brandon Adams. Many of you may know him, but for those of you who don't, he's been in the industry for over 10 years, close to 12 years now, I believe. He was mentored and is continuing to be mentored by Rachel Adams and Mike Adams. He started his career very young by cleaning fans. He's also worked very hard to get to his current position. He's certified by the IICRC and holds Master Water and Fire and Smoke designations with the IICRC, as well as mold remediation specialist. He's committed to continuous learning and teaching in our industry. Not only that, he's attended several ASHE classes, including Train the Trainer for ICRA 2.0. He teaches ICRA classes to contractors and hospital staff. And on top of that, he's an industrial hygienist for indoor environmental management for the past 6 years. Lastly, he specializes in mold and fire remediation projects, and he is a great asset to this industry, and I can't wait to see what the next 20 years holds for him. So without further ado, please welcome Brandon Adams.
Hello, everybody. So just here on an interview, waiting to answer some questions.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you. Thank you for joining us. I know a lot of people may know who you are, but for those of you who don't know, can you give them a little bit about you and how you actually got started in this industry?
Yeah, for sure. So having parents have always been in the industry, I've kind of been in it since I was born. So my mother and father is Rachel and Mike Adams, which my dad owns a restoration company, which I've worked for ever since I started working in high school. And then my mom is industry known for her being the mold queen, right? She teaches all the AMRTs and everything. And so both well known in the industry, especially my mom, and having been taught under both of them has helped me a lot becoming a better professional and everything. So as far as actually getting started, I started cleaning fans at my dad's back shop when I was in high school, and then slowly but surely became a regular technician to a lead technician. Found out that I actually was pretty good at it, and so I kind of worked my way up from there. I went to college originally for psychology, so I got my bachelor's in that. But as soon as I got my degree, when I went to look into finding a job as a counselor, I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I like people this much. So I looked to my left to where I was employed at and found out, like, you know what? I'm really good at doing this. Why not just pursue this full time? And so that was in 2018 where I decided to make this a career choice and haven't really looked back from there. Been trying my best to learn as much as I can and become the best professional I can.
Yeah, I will say you've done a great job so far. I think the mentorship you've had from your parents obviously does help, right? I think
Mhm.
they both have their own careers and have set their own legacy, right? And I think that's what you're going to ultimately do at the end of the day. So I was going to ask you how you chose this career, but I think you kind of already nailed that. And I think it's interesting that you say, I don't really like people that much, but are you able to utilize some of the stuff that you picked up in that?
Surprisingly, yeah, I use it a lot. A lot of it's in my personal life too, because I mean, as far as mental health goes, I mean, I've struggled with my own things. My wife has struggled, still struggling with her own things, and having that perspective really helps in my personal life. But when it comes to my professional life, it's really helpful to help be empathetic and understanding of other people's situations, learning what people may go through, some of the mental things that uh they may be dealing with and how to approach it. And it's helped a lot with that. So it's yeah, it's kind of funny that I started wanting to go into that. And then I had my parents, funnily enough, didn't want me to be in this industry. They wanted me to like become a doctor or something. And I chose that. And eventually I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to stick with what I know and what I'm good at. So
Well, I think it's interesting too because there's so many people in our industry who have educational backgrounds in something else. I mean, there's two of us sitting right here. My education is in criminal science and then emergency management and public safety, which there is an emergency management and public safety aspect to what we do, but it's cool to see it all come full circle because yes, you have your degree, but you maybe not be utilizing it the way you thought you were, but it's still coming in handy for your day-to-day stuff and your personal life too. I think that's extremely important to really emphasize that.
honestly, there's a lot of classes that have a lot of value in now, looking in hindsight. Like, for example, all my microbiology classes, I think I took two of them and they've become invaluable to me among some of the other classes I've taken. I think one of the most important classes I think I had taken was my business writing course, which hated the class, did not like it at all, spent half of that semester deathly ill, and I still took away more away from that class than any other class I'd taken. So it's just looking back, I really appreciate my time in college, and it really helped me develop not just technical and knowledge skills, but also as a person. And so I don't regret it at all. I do kind of wish I pursued a degree in like industrial hygiene or safety, but still really happy with the education I have. It just means I get to go back for more eventually when it's not so expensive.
I was gonna say when you have time, right? Like
That's it.
you're
Yeah.
busy as it is.
Right.
Well, I think it's cool to hear that because I think there's so much in depth that we could talk about mental health and all of these things, right? Like especially with our job, that it does come with our job essentially too. There's burnout. Burnout leads to mental health issues and sometimes we see stuff, especially when people are going through catastrophes or a loss in their family or whatever the case may be. So, I think it's really cool that you're still able to utilize, what you learned and it still sticks with you. Like, man,
Mhm.
I really hated that class, but it probably actually paid off in the long run, right?
Absolutely. Now there are a few classes that don't really help me now, but I still loved, but that's just part of it.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. You said, my parents didn't want me in this industry. They
No,
wanted
I
me to
didn't.
go explore. And
Yeah.
look where I ended up, mom and dad.
Yeah, they wanted me to become an anesthesiologist and make just all this money, and that didn't happen. I looked at what the requirements were for medical school. I'm like, that seems like a lot of work.
Well, I was gonna say you work so long before you ever really get to experience it on your own, right? There's extensive training, there's certifications, not to mention just the schooling, right? I don't know if it is it minimum of 7 years for anesthesiologists as well.
It's 7 to 8 with another 8 of residency or something crazy like that. So you're like 40
Wow.
by the time you're ready to actually become a full-blown anesthesiologist.
That is so crazy, isn't it? And man, I'm so glad that it came full circle though, because I know you're making your parents proud and also the industry, right? I think we are setting the tone for not just our generation, but future generations. And what you've learned and what you're applying does play a huge role in that. So, thank you for that. And leading into this, I know you love to learn and you love to teach. You're actually speaking at the experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what that topic entails?
Absolutely. So one of my niches that I've found myself in is healthcare work. And so I'm going to be speaking about ICRA 2.0, which is infection control risk assessment. And the 2.0 is just like it's the second version. And it's something that was developed by ASHI. And so I've basically taken that, learned from it, work in hospitals. Still currently, I still project manage over hospital projects quite frequently. And here soon, I'm going to be teaching it. I'm going to be teaching classes in our new mock hospital facility, which is going to be pretty cool. And having learned that, there's a lot of people in this industry that don't quite understand the difference between hospital work and regular restoration and remediation work. Because with hospitals, it's another ball game because some contractors may deal with the one-off immunocompromised person inside of a house that has a mold project. Well, that's hospitals, but all the time. And you're dealing with people that it just takes a stray particle to just not only make them ill, but to kill them. And so it's why taking all of the necessary precautions is so important. And a lot of contractors aren't really familiar with how to do that. And so that's why ICRA is so important to our industry and to learn from, to help restorers not only get their foot in the door in hospitals, but know how to do it well and to stay there. Because I mean, I've heard several times that a lot of contractors that work in almost exclusively healthcare or hospitals say you can retire on healthcare and hospitals because of how profitable it can be. But to get there, you got to know the work and how to do it. So that's why the process is so important.
Yeah, and I was definitely going to say, I think if anything we can apply this to is the pandemic, right? This stuff like this would have paid off for our industry professionals because there was a need not only in hospitals, but commercial buildings. There was just all of these standards and regulations that people wanted met. And I think a lot of it does fall back into that space of ICRA 2.0, essentially, to be completely honest. And it also will pay off in preparation, right? I hope we don't ever live to see another pandemic, but it's always better to be prepared than react because when you react, you make mistakes. And I think that what you're talking about allows people to understand the intricacies, the importance, regulations, rules that are different in specific spaces. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I hope I get to sit in there and learn from you and maybe ask you some questions. That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of the experience as a whole, I know you get to handle some stuff inside the restoration pavilion. And hands-on is so important in our industry. Can you talk a little bit about, the importance of having that hands-on portion at a show like this, or just any show really, and why we spend so much time trying to figure out what the sessions are? I know we've met on some committees and talked about what are we going to talk about, and there's so much thought and that goes into it. Can you kind of just give some background on that?
Yeah, for sure. So speaking on hands-on, it's one of the most important aspects to training in our industry because a lot of people in our industry, a lot of contractors, they haven't really gone to college. They've either gone into a trade because they work with their hands or they didn't do well in school, and so they're forced to work with their hands. And because of that, most people in our industry learn by doing stuff hands-on with their hands, actually doing it. Because a lot of people don't learn very well from a classroom setting. Now, some classroom settings are required for some information, right? Well, supplementing that with hands-on solidifies that information and makes it that much more retainable for the students. And so when it comes to hands-on in the trade shows, one, it's more engaging, it's more fun, it's more memorable, helps people learn little tidbits about the industry. For example, what we're going to be doing in this upcoming experience is the restoration pavilion is going to be covering a loose topic of building science, right? And I plan on speaking about thermal cameras and how to use them for inspections and how they work and why they work. And the idea is to get a bunch of different cameras for people to come in, try to find some water spots, some on the built assembly that they have there, which should be pretty fun and pretty interesting. And it helps people if they can actually hold a camera in their hands and actually see what I'm talking about, right? And so you just, like I said, makes it more fun, more engaging, more entertaining. Makes it feel like it's worth your money coming to one of those trade shows because they're not cheap to get to. As far as a classroom setting goes, it's like I said, even more important to provide hands-on, which that's why the AMRT is so important to have that hands-on class. Because if you didn't hand build a containment, it's not something you can learn while looking at a slide. You have to do it yourself. And another example is the trauma and crime scene cleanup technician class, where it's not mandatory to have hands-on, but every class is going to be better if you do. And so every class that I've been to for it or helped with, it's had a hands-on. It's always gone really well, whether it be to make scenarios with certain animal parts and all that. But it's always a better learning opportunity for the students and helps them learn it better, retain it better, and use it in their day-to-day work life. So another example of it is in the ICRA class I'm going to be teaching here at our new facility. It's going to be a 3-day course. The first day is going to be the classroom setting, right? You got to learn what ICRA is, right? Yeah. The next 2 days, completely hands-on. And that's what sets it apart, is because there's not really another class in the nation that does that. But that hands-on part is so important for contractors because that's how most contractors learn. And so that's kind of the idea behind it.
Yeah, and I was also going to say too, your questions that you have in an in-class setting versus hands-on could differ, right? Especially when you talk about how people retain information. I think especially when we're talking about containment or even cleanup, essentially that involves hands-on stuff, which all cleanup does, but it's specifically trauma, you can actually show and demonstrate where your questions are instead of just kind of trying to explain it, right? We all interpret things differently. We all understand things differently. And to be able to, like you said, with holding equipment and seeing things and asking questions, or hey, maybe you don't detect where there's some water. Why didn't you detect it? What did you miss? All equipment has settings. All equipment needs to be maintained. And so I think that there's an opportunity to not only be in the classroom, but also have hands-on stuff. It allows you to also maybe meet with vendors and talk to vendors about types of information they have and equipment they have too. I think this is the beauty of having something like this at a trade show specifically. I mean, that's pretty cool. Your ICRA, 1 day in class and 2 days hands-on, that makes it more exciting, right? I think a lot of people dread sitting in the classroom, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. First class is in the last week of February, so it's going to be really cool. Currently still writing our course manual, which should be a really good manual. But yeah, the class itself, I think we're building it. Our facility that we're building is going to look like, as soon as you walk in, it's going to look like a hospital. And so it's going to have all the same materials, all the same equipment. We're going to have a bunch of different scenarios that you can possibly encounter. And part of them are going to be from like real world examples that either we've experienced or other hospital facility personnel have experienced. And so it's something it's going to be really cool. Really excited for it.
Yeah, that's so cool. And that's huge. Early congratulations on that. I can't wait to see how it all flourishes and see pictures and all of that. That's super exciting. This is what it's all about, right? Everything that we do day in and day out is to evolve and put our blood, sweat, and tears into stuff. And at the end of the day, even though your parents didn't want you in the space, I know you're making them proud, right? Like this is this is your niche, right? This is what you're great at. This is what you're passionate about. And it's so cool to see it all come full circle. I know your mom really well. I've had the opportunity to work with her on several occasions. And so, I think it's really cool to see it pass from generation to generation, but see how it's evolved, right? Maybe for you, you'll pass it on, you never know, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's really cool. So I'm excited to have you at the experience and see everything. But this wouldn't be a trade talks without asking a fun fact question about yourself. Doesn't have to be related to the industry, but what do you think is a fun fact about you that people may be surprised about?
Well, I have, I'll give you a few. How's that? I have 3 cats and I have a snake. It's a little corn snake. And I right below her cage, or her cage is right below my collection of Legos, which I have a bunch of space Legos like that are massively huge that I have on display. And that's one thing I really like doing in my free time is building the really cool Legos when, I have the money to spend for Legos because Legos are expensive.
You're telling me our almost 10-year-old, anytime a new Lego comes out, it's like, oh, how much is that one gonna cost?
Mhm.
Because the beauty of Legos is, yeah, you can put that set together, but you can also deconstruct and make your own, setting or use your imagination, or, maybe you'll make your own rendering of your new facility in Legos. Hey, you never know.
That'd be a project, that's for sure.
No promises on that, but that's really cool. Is there any animal that you would want to have that maybe you can't have? Obviously, we can't have all the animals in the world here, but what is like your dream animal?
Absolutely. Right now, it's me and my wife's dream animal is to get a Doberman. It's our favorite dog breed, and we love the breed. We love how smart they are, but unfortunately, dogs are very expensive, and they're also very needy, meaning that you have to let them out frequently, and we're just not home enough to take care of a dog, and that's just it's a dream of ours to eventually have one, but it can't happen right now.
Well, and they're so loving too, and they train really well. They're very protective, which most dogs, all of them are if you train them properly. I hear you. We have 3 dogs and 2 cats, and I don't know what's worse, the cats or the dogs, depending on, the supplies you go through, the vet visits and all of that. But we love our animals too, and that it's like a common thing that we all have, right? It's animals or Legos or maybe sports. And, I think that's really cool to learn fun facts about each other. People probably didn't guess Lego though. I wouldn't have guessed Lego, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I like the really big, complicated sets. Like I got the Challenger, I got the Apollo rocket, I got the space station, bunch of the really cool, big, complicated ones.
Yeah. Okay. So, question for you: do you glue your sets together, or do you just risk it for the biscuit? If it falls, it breaks.
Risk it for the biscuit. I have had a couple of the car ones that my cat knocked over and broke, and I'm just like, well, I guess it's staying broken now. But yeah, I try to keep them elevated, like way, way, way up, so they don't get knocked over. I've thought about gluing them. It's probably something I should do. I just haven't got around to it, but probably a good idea.
Yeah. What's your biggest set you've put together?
I think the biggest one is the Lord of the Rings one. It's the Barad-dûr, so it's the big tower with the eye. That's
Yeah.
probably the biggest one that not only do we have, but the biggest one I've ever built because it has the most pieces. It's massive. It's like 3.5 feet tall. It's got a bunch of moving parts and stuff that moves in it. It's really cool.
So I was going to say patience and attention to detail are 2 skills that you definitely have, because
Yes.
we put together the upside down house for Stranger Things. And by we, I mean my husband put it together. I was observing because I was so frustrated. It was like 3,500 pieces. And I was like, Mom does, 200-piece Legos or something. 3,000 lost me. So yeah, I totally get it. But that's really cool. Hopefully, in the future, not setting any standards for you or anything like that. You build a model of your facility. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And for anybody who's thinking about going to the experience, here is another reason why we're just diving into all the things that are relevant for us and even the future of our industry at the experience. The experience is April 8th through 10th, and it's at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center in Punta Gorda, Florida. And you can register at rnrmagonline.com. And if you'd like more of our content, of course, as always, you can check out our videos and podcasts, not only on our website, but YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. And again, a very special thank you to Brandon for taking his time to meet with us today. We really appreciate it. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to see you.
And I want to welcome Michael Pinto, who's a big part of Normie and one of our lead instructors, some of our sensitized individual classes specifically. And you're with us here at the experience as part of our team. I know we did presentations this morning. I was kind of like your warm-up act because you went on right after I did. And you know, I think it was good. And we have a pretty good following coming around to a booth right now. But I want to talk to you about what you're doing tomorrow. I understand that you're giving a special invitation type of presentation about homes, I believe it is.
Yes, sir. So tomorrow, the presentation is on whole house cleanup. And I do want to back up and connect it to the one for today because the two actually are almost like a series. So today's presentation, I help people understand a little bit about microtoxins, what they were, and how they move around, and why they're so difficult to clean, and actually shared some very important information about how to clean them properly. And one of the things that was very important in that presentation was the fact that the microtoxins get moved around in the house, and then they don't get thought about in terms of standard remediation. Meaning people remove the source material, but they forget about cleaning the microtoxins in the rest of the house. And they think, well, we set up a containment, they remove the source material, so we didn't spread anything around. But they forget that it's already been spread around because the mold is growing, air films, and people moving around in the house. So tomorrow's presentation is how the importance of doing the whole house cleaning in connection with air remediation.
Well, and that obviously is a follow-up to the sensitized individual class for remediators. And the need for that in this industry, because I know you were talking about the enormous growth of the population susceptible to being a sensitized individual, and how you have to deal with their environment so differently.
That's absolutely correct. So, and the crazy thing is the numbers actually work for us and against us in the industry. They work for us from the standpoint that probably the maximum, from what we know of the genetics of the worldwide population, is that about 25% of the population could be susceptible to more exposure from sensitivities. But the flip side of that is that 75% probably are not susceptible to becoming sensitive. So that means that even under the worst scenario, about 75% of the standard remediation, even if it doesn't cover the microtoxins and even if it doesn't clean up the whole house and things like that, that might be bad for the sensitive person, is still going to be okay for the regular person, which means that most of the jobs are going to be done. People are going to be happy.
Well, one of the key points there is you said 75% of the population, but there's a percentage to that that's undiagnosed. And that's really the part that's the unknown. And, you know, dealing with the environment as if they were sensitized individuals protects everybody, going that extra mile. And it's really just following the protocols that work for everybody.
Except that the protocols that work for everybody are protocols that are more extensive than your standard remediation protocols. The other aspect of that, people, you know, who are not statistics or math experts or anything, they don't catch the phrase that 25% are potentially, you know, or would be genetically potentially sensitive. But to be actually sensitized, you have to have the exposure. So you can live your whole life having that genetic potential. Stay away from mold. Even in some cases, have mold remediation that's done properly and done early before it has a chance to spread, and you can be fine. But it's the ones that have that potential that also end up with some exposure, then everything fits together, they become sensitized, and now it's a bit more of a challenge.
Well, that's kind of the point that, yes, and you're right, it is more expensive of a process, and it's a protocol that would work for everybody. But going into a regular remediation project, you should still be at least educated in this more advanced process. Because you may start to recognize as you're going through with that, what you're going to be doing isn't going to work for this customer. Or you as you're going through the process, you start to see things developing that, hey, wait a minute, I may have to go to the next level here. And if you're not aware of that, you can't meet that expectation.
Well, not only can you not meet that expectation, you don't know who that customer is.
Right.
That could be sensitive. So you always have this potential. I mean, I think, Doug Hoffman, in his presentation, with the real minister, he said, you know, you look at that thought of potentially 25% on sunstars. It just means you walk down the street or you look at your job fact, 1 out of every 4 jobs, probably, you know, they could have somebody who can become sensitized or is sensitized. So if that doesn't sober you up a little bit in terms of just thinking about wanting to do a better job, or as many contractors have come to the conclusion, just do the best job possible, do it for all the clients, charge a fair price, and maybe that's a little more than the guy down the street or one of my competitors or something. But you know what, you sleep at night knowing that you're taking care of the customers and you haven't made something.
I agree with that completely, and I look forward to your presentation tomorrow. Thank you for spending some time, and we'll chat later.
Absolutely. Leslie, thank you for all of this opportunity. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Mike. And welcome back, everybody. Lance here at the Experience Trade Show. We just opened the doors up a few minutes ago, and there's a pretty good crowd coming in. And I have somebody next to me here that I want to talk to because he has an interesting product that I haven't been familiar with, and I really wanted to explain to me. The company is VaporTech, and this is Nick Fugate. And Nick, say hello to everybody and let us know a little bit about you and the company.
Sure. Well, thanks so much for having me, Lance. I'm really excited to be here. What a great show this has been so far. VaporTech has been proud to exhibit at the Experience for a number of years. So I'm the key accounts manager for VaporTech, and we've been in the restoration business for I'd say over 30 years at this point. We have a line of odor neutralizers, and it utilizes dry vapor. It's essential oil based. So our basic pitch is our product is safe to use in any occupied space. So compared to ozone, for example, ours can be used in a very similar application. In addition, ours can coordinate very well with ozone. If someone uses an ozone machine, sometimes there's that lingering odor that's there. Ours can kind of be a good finishing treatment for that. But our product can also be used at the very start of a job. If a tech is anxious to get into the space and start the cleaning process, but also treat those odors, that's where our product is great because you can have ours running and they can still be in there doing their work.
Is there like a specific dwell time with the product, or is it just let it go and it just attaches to whatever?
Yeah. Basically, let it go. I mean, most of our machines and all of our products are rated for a certain amount of cubic footage. Our Easy Disc treats 2,000 cubic feet, and then we have a portable industrial machine that treats 200,000 cubic feet. So it just depends on the size of the space. But as far as the dwell time, as with many things in restoration, depends on the severity of the situation. Is the source of the odor still present? We have products that are good to use if the source of the odor is still present. But if you're in a recovery situation, our products are really great at getting in there and, blasting the space. And again, mentioned to you earlier, our products don't, they treat the atmosphere, the structure, and the content. So it penetrates any porous surface. And, if you're not a fan of whatever smell might be in the room, it's still better than the original odor, and our product will dissipate over time. So, but more importantly, it is effective at neutralizing.
Is it more of a product for microbial, VOCs? What is this real target, or is it everything that's in the air?
Yeah, I mean, we really specialize in malodors. So yeah, we don't make any claims as far as, you know, antibacterial or any of that sort of thing. Our product actually originated in the medical market. So way back in 1979, when the company started, John Bryson created our Optimum 4000 to be utilized in cancer wards. So the machine was designed to treat the odors in the ward, the facility. But it was also safe for the patients and the medical staff. So that's kind of how we made our bread for a long time. But then it was maybe 10 years after that we started taking off in the restoration business in Canada. Through Paul Davis, and then it kind of filtered down into the US, and now we work with customers all around the world.
Oh, okay. So if anybody wanted to reach out to you or get more information, how would they contact you? What's your website? Where do they go?
Yeah, it's very simple. If you want to know everything about our products, you can go to our website, which is www.vaportech.com. That is Vaportech with a K, not the CH you might think. But we do also have a wide number of value distribution partners. I mean, some of our partners are here today. You know, Aramco, Jon-Don, Abetix. So you know, if anybody here, any of our customers are working with any of those guys, you know, they're proud supporters of our product.
All right, very good. Is there a specific website, the full website name that you would want to send everybody to locate local people, or is it just call in?
Yeah, we don't list all of our distributors on our website for, you know, for security purposes. But yeah, if you go to vaportech.com and give us a call, you'll probably talk to either me or my partner Lori at the office. You know, we're a small but mighty operation, so we'll be happy to link you up with whoever can best serve you.
Okay, Nick, thank you for your time.
No, thank you so much, Lance.
Enjoying the show. Hope it's good for you.
It's a great show. I get to meet so many people and see where the industry is, and I get to see a couple familiar faces. It's always a good time.
We'll have to do this again.
That would be great, Lance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start tonight with my good friend and colleague, Larry Cooper. It's been a long time since we've had him in the room, but we have him in the room tonight, not because of the experience, obviously, but we have him in the room tonight because we have a big announcement we want to make. I actually shared this with a couple of people, so it's not new for everybody, but this is a big deal. And I'm really excited that you're here so we can talk about something fun that we're going to be able to do together. And so I'm going to let you just talk about it.
You know, I get to have a lot of fun in this, whatever this retirement is, that's not really retirement. We're putting on a lot of other events in different industries, but working with Normie is always one of our favorite things that we get to do over the years, and working with Doug and Lance and the whole team, and it's just wonderful. We have been producing events all over the world through Restoration Journeys and with Normie. And Normie hosted our last event in Puerto Vallarta, which was amazing. And then we also did a river cruise that was really amazing down the Danube River. And I wanted to talk tonight. Doug and I have been collaborating and coming up with ways that we could go have fun and actually do education at the same time. And we came up with a cruise that I don't know how you could not say yes to. So let me tell you some of the details. It's an 8-day Southern Caribbean cruise, and it's going to the 3 islands that I always wanted to go to: Aruba, Bonaire, which is amazing, and then Curacao. And it's the ABC Islands. And those 3 islands will be fabulous. And our dates are February 28th through March 8th, 2026. So you can join Normie and a whole group of friends as we get together. We're going to have 7 nights, 8 days on the Carnival Horizon Cruise, again, to those ABC Islands. You can relax and enjoy exciting days at sea and 3 amazing tropical island destinations. Of course, you'll be pampered by the pool, entertained with many theaters and outdoor games, eating so that we all gain weight. And there's lots of entertainment and fun stuff. The best part, though, is we're planning on having somewhere between 100 and 150 people in our group, which is amazing. And you'll get to network with those people, become new friends or old friends, getting together again, and just having a fabulous time. Each one of these events just always seems to grow and get better each time. Yeah. Well, during that time also, we scheduled some half-day classes in a classroom on the ship, doing the Normie Certified Microbial Inspector Training course. And that'll be held 4 mornings during the cruise, so you can enjoy the rest of the day with your wife, family, friends, whoever it is that you're traveling with. So there's no better way to enjoy training, enjoying time in paradise, and just really having a time of your life. So what's included in this is you'll fly into Miami, and we will board the ship the next day, and we will be at sea for a couple of days. We'll then go to the ABC Islands. That's 3 days in a row out in incredible locations, and then 2 days returning. So lots of time just to relax and enjoy yourself. You know what? One thing I realized, and I'll shut up and let you talk then, is that we work our butts off. This industry is intense, and we're out there on the line all the time. You got to take the time, smell the roses, and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful opportunity, and getting to spend time with that guy is always fun anyway. So I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, some of the benefits that we're going to get from this, besides being able to spend a bunch of people with really good time with a bunch of really good people, we've opened this up. So you've got contacts all over the world, people that you've talked to for years. I think you said we've got maybe a couple of dozen people already wanting to sign up for this that are just basically industry leaders. So this is not just about Normie. We're also opening the door for our relationship with ISSA, a strategic alliance we have there. And so I have a feeling that it's going to fill up pretty quickly. I think we could probably do over 200 when it's all said and done. And that's just going to be a great, great opportunity for us to network with industry leaders, learn a lot about what's going on in the industry, get some training, some special training for your continuing education training. And that training also will qualify for Florida's continuing education licensing requirement. So there's just a great opportunity, I think, to spend some great time with some fun folks. We had a great time in Puerto Vallarta. It was just really, really cool. And I'm looking forward to this. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the Caribbean the first week in March? Hello.
You know, I had a great time with all the Normie folks that came. They were really great people. Well, what happened over the last week was kind of crazy because my daughters, especially Jillian, who organizes all of this, and Jennifer started just calling all the friends in the industry, and everybody said yes. So these are all industry leaders across the board that you'll get to network with, but we're going to party and have a great time. So you got to get ready for that. Here's something else that's really amazing. Do you remember the river cruise we did?
Mm-hmm.
It was $12,000 for a couple. $12,000, and we filled it, of course.
Yeah.
But this one is a little better price than that. So
I'll say
the base cabin goes for $1,372 per person, and that includes the training.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So
Yeah.
you can upgrade your cabins. I'm really spoiled, man. I like balconies, so I can go out and sit on the balcony and have coffee and just forget the world. Well, those cabins are only $1,862 per person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity. Now, also, if you were to come and bring your wife and she's not attending the class, there's a discounted rate for her also. So you can go to our website, see the prices. You can call us. We'll work with you to get everything booked up. You just need to make sure you have a passport and be ready to have a great time. Bring a lot of shorts and swimsuits because that's the attire for the day, man.
You know what we also didn't mention was if you're a business owner And because you're taking classes, I would say that this could be written off.
Absolutely. So that's exactly why we're doing the 4 days, the mornings. We need to do 12 to 14 hours of education, and this becomes a tax deductible credit for you on your business. And we've been doing this for 14 years, so we know that that works pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to corral some people in. We haven't done finalized the plan yet for the training. You mentioned the certified microbial inspector course. Of course, that's going to be offered, but I think I heard today that there's another room that we could use if we wanted to do more training.
Yes.
And we're looking at other people that are in the industry that could offer some training. We'll be getting that kind of formalized here in the next week or so. But it's going to be an opportunity for not just a training, but maybe multiple different types of training, which is kind of exciting as well. So it's going to be a super time that we're going to be able to spend together. We got it up on our website. Let me just show you where this is, Larry, so you know, and all of the members know. But if you want to log in to Normie I'm sorry, you don't have to log into Normie. You can go directly. This is not protected, password protected, because we want anybody to come. We may have some of our friends that'll come to this, and they're not a part of Normie. But this is at events.normie.org. Events.normie.org. And you can see that, I assume. The nice thing about this is if you click on this, it's going to take you to another page that shows you a little more information with the dates. And then when you click on this, it goes directly to Larry's website so that you can get the information you need. He's handling all of this for us. And there's all kinds of options. You mentioned several things about different size of rooms, and I know there's some suites available and a lot of other things. But one of the things we didn't talk a lot about is there's some special pricing for children, special pricing for families. There are some suites available. There's a rate for individuals who want to go solo. So there's a lot of options. And I think, if I remember correctly, we even talked about being able to make some payments on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We're asking for a $500 deposit so that we can reserve the room, get all of the details done, and then you can make payments or make full payments. We'll arrange that with you. We do have a couple of family suites reserved. And so that room is big enough for mom and dad and a couple of kids all in one room. And the kids' price is really, really inexpensive. And I should know that off the top of my head. It's like about $200 or something like that per kid, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, on these ships, they have all the kids' clubs. But better than that, they have the nightclubs and all the theaters and entertainment, dozens of bars and all those kind of things. And, you know, if you just want to go and relax and sit in the sun, I mean, what a great way to enjoy some time out in the beautiful Caribbean sunshine.
And when is the, if I remember correctly, the deadline is what, 6 months out, end of October, maybe 1st of November, that they can start. I mean, they can start making payments now, but I think that was the plan, wasn't it? That end of October, 1st of November, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's in October. We'll get that. All payments are due by November 15th.
There you go. So you got 6.5 months to pay for this thing, which is pretty cool. I have a feeling that
was that $100 a month?
Yeah, you'll be happy to take it any way we can send it. But this is really a fantastic opportunity. And I'll just tell you, I'm not just blowing smoke. This is absolutely true. I've been on several of these kinds of events, and Larry and his team absolutely take care of you like your royalty. I mean, it's not just when you're on the ship. I think we may even talk about doing something the night before. If we get in Miami early, maybe we can have dinner together and do some.
Well, we're going to have a hotel base for everybody to come to. We'll get special rates there, and then we'll do a cocktail reception so everybody can register and meet each other and just start having a good time right then.
Fantastic. Well, I think I told you I'm threatening to bring Mardi Gras beads for everyone. So.
I hope you do.
So we have a party atmosphere, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And I want to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I know it was kind of last minute when I I contacted you
Oh,
today, but
anytime.
thank you for being here. We're going to run this through our Normie TV and our radio and let people know about it, get the word out, because anybody can come. If you've got family, you want to come for the training, but you've got family that are not interested in the training, like maybe your wife, that's okay. Come on. You got a brother, brother-in-law, sister, sister-in-law, family that want to just be there and have fun. This is going to be a great opportunity. And so we're looking forward to it.
One more point I'll just throw out is the earlier the book, the better rooms we can get you, and you could be next to each other or near each other, so the group's together. Each level on the cruise boat obviously is for what you select. So the higher up you are, it's usually the suites and or just the balcony type of rooms.
And I
I've
think
done
this is,
interior, I've done exterior, I've done suites, and I have fun in all of them.
and I think the Horizon is, I thought I saw where it's like 3,200 maybe rooms. It's a
Oh
big
yeah,
boat.
it's a big old boat. I don't know if you can
There
see
you go.
that. There it is, man.
Yeah.
It's a big Hummer. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it'll be plenty of fun. There'll be plenty of things to do and activities, and yeah, we just are really looking forward to it. On board also, we'll have some cocktail receptions. We'll have a dinner for the whole group, so everybody can really network and get to know each other a lot better.
Yeah, you know, when you and Jill started looking for these different cruises and you came back with this one, all I could think was Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you.
I think that could be our theme song. We'd be okay.
It's going to be a great time. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for being here, Larry. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Tell Jill I said hi,
I
and
will
we'll
do.
get on this right away. Start promoting it. Thanks for getting that website done.
Absolutely. You guys take care. It's great to be with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on board.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
Okay, everybody, we're back here at the Experience in Las Vegas, and I am talking with Randy, and you're not going to do too much of an intro. I want you to do that yourself, because there's so much going on with what you do in your company, products, and everything else. I want to do it justice. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Randy, and please tell us exactly who you are, where you are, and all the great things you do.
Sounds great. Thanks, Lance. Randy Mount, owner of Extreme Microbial Technologies and RAM Restoration. RAM Restoration is basically an Ohio-based company. We formed it there. Now we've got operations in Florida. We've got projects across the country, from east coast to west coast. Starting late in some west coast. It's been pretty neat. We've really been growing the companies quite well in the last 4 years. Preliminary growth 4 years ago, $2 million company, 3 when you combined all the companies. So we turned 15 million last year. And looking about 30 million this year.
Is adoption a possibility?
Yeah.
Curious.
Well, the cool thing is, guys, you look at what we've done as a company. One of the things is, the cost and being able to get back. So I started here about 2 years ago. 20% of all the profits go back to the people, and then 60% go into the company, and then 20% go into real estate and other things that we can leverage building a company as well. So you look at how we're growing things and growing that culture. You look at the technologies that we're using right now. Extreme Microbial Technologies, what we've done, developing the technology. It's basically an energization process. Continuously eliminate microbes in the air, surfaces 24/7. So it's been a lot of fun. We've got some great people and staff. I mean, we don't have engineers, microbiologists, and
Well, you do, it's just not official.
yeah. Yeah. So it's we're doing good, growing well. So it's been a lot of fun. So Hurricane Ian and some of these other hurricanes working across the coast of Florida, getting down there during the winter, staying there. It's good.
Talking to you, it reminds me of a good friend of mine who has a very large HVAC contracting company back in New Jersey. And about the same size that you're describing right now. And COVID hit, and their company just bloomed. It's the only way to describe it. And I'm sure you've seen that kind of interest. I guess all the people have decided breathing is a thing now. You know, who knew? Who knew since COVID that it was going to be important? But you have some specific technology that you've been developing that really addresses a lot of the problems with microbes and things like that, and viruses, bacteria. Let's talk about that a little bit without giving away any real secrets.
Yes, well, without giving away any secrets, COVID definitely was a life changer for us. But you look at technologies that we were using then, getting to COVID, what we have now is just revolutionary. You know, we were looking at early in the technology we used for mold remediation and a lot of clean up a lot of food plants and salmonella. But then you get into virus category, and then you got to deal with viruses, and then turn around and just looking at healthy air. And then really looking at it and saying, really, you know, the health effects of mold and those microbes and everything else in the food, to where we continually control that. We can literally create clean room status in home 24/7. And we got the documentation for it. When you look at our customers, I mean, you go what happened and get some of the, you know, maybe working with Fortune 100, Fortune 50, all over the world. You know, we're working on a big food processing company right now. There's 400 facilities in 30 countries. And, you know, if you would have told me 4 years ago, 2 years ago, we'd be working in Japan, China, India, Argentina, I mean, Brazil.
Just another Wednesday.
Just another Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know, you get the internal fighting sales guys going, I'm the guy that's good here. I'll take care of Hawaii. You know, but they're not.
No. Sorry, we have to go first.
So just being able to do that. And what's the coolest thing about everything is we're truly making a difference. We're truly making a difference out there. It's like, just, you know, that child dealing with mold and how it's affecting them. They couldn't concentrate on their studies. And, you know, mold is just totally different levels of what it really does to them. And then now we're able to do that at all different levels. I mean, think of a day that people don't die from eating lettuce or lunch meat because of listeria. And it's a real thing. You can really eliminate and prevent those deaths. And that to me is one of the differences.
Well, your technology deals with airborne and surface, obviously. But the whole thing with air is so exciting because, you know, when we talk about some of the different trainings that we do, and as I talked about in one of the classes, that people can go sometimes 30 or 40 days without eating, 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. And you need that much air, and it's got to be healthy enough to be able to breathe. That's an
Absolutely. When you look at the air, I think everybody just takes that for granted. I mean, we go 30 days without food, 5 to 7 days out once, 4 to 6 minutes without air. It kind of breaks it down. So when you're looking at what we're spending money, I mean, you know, complaining that, you know, the dollar menu is not the dollar anymore in McDonald's, right? But what's that? What we do? When you look at the big change in what we do, what we're breathing, and make a true difference. I'm excited to be out front. When you look at some of our, when we went through all the testing with COVID, that was a huge eye opener. Working with some of the different department of defenses in different countries around the world. You know, started out with, you know, 250 to 300 different technologies and different companies, and we're the only company left that passed all the tests. That's tests that we didn't know we could pass. Having major car manufacturers like names that we're currently working with right now. Designed and developed units of cars, we've done it in cars. We're basically saying in the next 5 years, it will no longer become an option, it will become mandatory. Like air purification in cars. Be able to be out there and try that. was 278 companies that did all the testing for that car manufacturer. We're the only ones that supported the contract to move forward. And so I'm going to make the statement, we're the leader of the technology. I mean, just for those two examples alone. So we're making improvements every day. We're out there in the forefront to make a difference.
Well, I appreciate you spending time with us, and I'm looking forward to us working together, offline about a few of the things that we're going to try to do. One thing I didn't mention to you though is, I don't know if you're aware of this, something called the Normie Pro Environmental Task Force. That's something that we really are passionate about, and creating a community, a strong working presence in this industry to make it better for everyone. And it sounds like you guys are a person that to be part of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking at joining your team and becoming, the best that we can be in all we do. So, bringing our company and people to the forefront. You guys are leaders and you're on right across the board. I mean, when you look at the certifications, the Army has, the acceptance, there's nobody it's like there's nobody in the same place. You guys are just out there in front. And so, I work with you and Doug, and let's get to the forefront with everything across the board.
Randy, let's make a difference. Thank you.
Let's do that. Thank you.
Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Safrit in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on, because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Safrit, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week, and that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm the secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bit of things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean,
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the IICRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys, is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto, and he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine, because goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that, all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it. And everybody's starting to find the same thing, that, there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer, and that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. When a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland, that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
yeah,
thanks to organizations like NORMI and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go into another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
that's okay.
That's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. So, what a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when you, as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ISRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water loss specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water loss specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level of possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences an arch where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. a lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that, that is like normally that is consistent with my values, is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What? You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day, and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one. And it makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. Maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies told us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy. in my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
Well-
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence, because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. And he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer, even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type, a tube tent, pliers, tape, compass, matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe. Photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, social security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed. But if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens, we know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just wanted to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in the locations where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
When someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification, but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is.
And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. If for those who don't know and don't want to know, but meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. You could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. It's the debate that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work, have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or a long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs. And that's why there's been no universal standard that came up, because everybody is indecisive on what that true number is and how to go about it.
Okay. Why don't you take a moment and just walk us through the process for cleaning meth contamination and validating cleanliness? I know you can't get into all the details, but big picture, before people jump into this, what should they know?
Well, like you said, I could be here for 48 hours just talking about how to clean it up. When we look at the processing validation, I always recommend right off the bat a third-party laboratory for validation. Any type of testing and cleaning should be done on a third party. Just help your liability and anything, just to make sure, especially when we're dealing with meth or fentanyl and any illicit drug cleanup that we're dealing with. Now, when we go a little bit, people have to understand, when you look at the test results, take a sweet and low package, 1 gram of that. By the amounts of trace that some states require, spread that over 25 acres. And if one of that hits, then technically it's a positive. And we don't look at it that way. We think about it as just a small little area, but the results in some states require so detailed cleaning. If the process starts with HEPA vacuuming, ventilation, risk assessment, All of these are from start to finish, and each job will kind of decide a different way on how to attack it, as I would look at it. Are you dealing with the library? Are you dealing with a drug laboratory? Are you dealing with a school, a healthcare setting? Every type of situation will kind of lead you down its own path on the processes. And that's why I could be here for 48 hours. It's just a mere fact of starting off, it's essential that we really do that risk assessment. And then following, for example, the EPA guidelines. It's a really good package. They talk about HEPA clean, vacuuming, wipe down. They talk about all of that. And there are some third-party schools out there as well, like I said, the EPA volunteer guidelines that will give you guidance. But when it comes to the processing, really start and understand the beginning needs a risk assessment, and you need to know what you're going into. And then on back end, when it comes to validation, because what I talked about and how such a small level could make you fail, you have to have that validation from third party. And separating the cleaning from validation is essential when we deal with illicit drug cleanup from meth or any type of fentanyl, any other type of opioids.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to cancel my plans to get into the industry and do that kind of work. I'll leave that to you experts, Scott. Thank you for the details. Gavin, let's have you wrap up this episode and just talk about the big issues for the cleaning industry and what we need to know moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree with what Scott just said, Jeff. Again, let's focus back. Cleaning is about removing contaminants. Cleaning is based on science. Again, you and I have talked about this a lot, Jeff. What you can't see can hurt you. So it's not a matter of waiting for the document to be written or the policies there. It's the fact that this is a known risk right now. And when it's a known risk, again, I totally agree with what Scott said. We need standards for testing, we need standards for cleaning, and we need standards for validating. We need to ensure that everything that needs to be done, the processes, procedures, the equipment, the products in cleaning for health and safety when it comes to drug contamination is known. It's widely taught. It's widely educated. It should not be a secret, Jeff. So much of what we do in the cleaning industry remains hidden. We're going to be more transparent. Everyone in the industry right now should be trained, educated on how to clean up for drug contamination. And I thoroughly believe that because from the data that we've seen across the country, that risk is just about everywhere.
On today's program, this GBAC TV Industry Alert, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, the Division of ISSA. Gavin, you look healthy. How are you today?
Oh, Jeff, couldn't be better. It's spring and we're doing great.
Yes. Now, Gavin, I wonder if you're so healthy because you know how to use cleaning products appropriately.
Well, Jeff, what if I told you that I knew that 90% of the cleaning workers that we trained through our Cleaning for Health workshops last year could not recall one cleaning ingredient that was in the cleaning product they used?
I would say that's not too surprising, but here's the thing, Gavin. I think our cleaning professionals, they do their work, they know what they're doing. They might not think about those products, they trust the manufacturer, or they know the products work and they want simple. Tell us, I know you have an article coming up in a publication ISSA produces about this topic. Why is this important?
Because I think, Jeff, in the industry, the cleaning industry, when we learn something, when we have real data, real information, we just can't ignore it. We've got to act on it. And, Doug Hoffman, Dave Mora, Jim Manus, and myself, we ran 54 in-person Cleaning for Health workshops in 2023. We trained 893 essential cleaning professionals, and 90% or 804 workers could tell us the cleaning product they use. That's where that's really important. But they could not tell us, Jeff, the ingredients, the chemicals in those products. And that's a real big health and safety issue, but also an efficacy issue. What products and due to their ingredients work on what surfaces.
I agree with that. I'm looking at your article now that people will be soon reading. You talk about surfactants, solvents, builders, enzymes, biological additives. Sounds like a science class to me. So tell us what the cleaner should know about the products they're using and where to get that information.
That's a great question, Jeff, because, you know, the use of cleaning products, not just by the industry, the cleaning professionals, but by everyone, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Cleaning products work because they contain certain chemical ingredients. And the challenge we have is that we need to formalize our training, our programs, our education programs to at least ensure, and this is where we really want cleaning professionals to really understand why that we're calling them professionals, is because they know how the products work, they know what the ingredients do, and it's not just by looking at the label, the safety data sheet, it's by understanding that little, you're right, it's a little bit of chemistry, Jeff, but understanding how a solvent works, a surfactant, a builder, an enzyme, a chelate, or a preservative, why are they in the products that we use, why they're important, and how to use them safely and, again, clean for health.
So thinking about that, what actions do you want our viewers to take moving forward? What should they do? Wrap it up for us.
Well, really important, Jeff. We went through in our Clean for Health workshops, the 54 that we ran. We talked to people about the labels. We talked about the safety data sheets. We said, if I said to you, Jeff, this chemical is considered hazardous, what do? This product causes burns to eyes, skin, and mucous membranes. This product has to be used, and you need to ensure adequate ventilation. Or you need to use personal protective equipment, and it always says as required. Or maybe, for example, it's very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. All that needs to be understood. What are the actions we take when we know a little bit more knowledge than what we've got now on the cleaning ingredients we have in cleaning products? And then more importantly, Jeff, that critical next step, how to make informed choices. And that's where the ISSA has partnered with Penn State College of Medicine, with Dr. Rebecca Bascom, with the City of New York School of Medicine, Dr. Omrana Pashat-Razak, on a 2-year project on making safer choices, where we're going to develop a practical toolkit to ensure that we can increase the knowledge, the demand, and use of cleaning products, and so that people understand how the ingredients work, how to use them safely, how to use them effectively, but also how to talk about the ingredients we use in cleaning products as professionals.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate
the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do, and make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner, if the power is available, should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat, or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance.
Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
So I'm going to start tonight with my good friend and colleague, Larry Cooper. It's been a long time since we've had him in the room, but we have him in the room tonight, not because of the experience, obviously, but we have him in the room tonight because we have a big announcement we want to make. I actually shared this with a couple of people, so it's not new for everybody, but this is a big deal. And I'm really excited that you're here so we can talk about something fun that we're going to be able to do together. And so I'm going to let you just talk about it.
You know, I get to have a lot of fun in this, whatever this retirement is, that's not really retirement. We're putting on a lot of other events in different industries, but working with Normie is always one of our favorite things that we get to do over the years, and working with Doug and Lance and the whole team, and it's just wonderful. We have been producing events all over the world through Restoration Journeys and with Normie. And Normie hosted our last event in Puerto Vallarta, which was amazing. And then we also did a river cruise that was really amazing down the Danube River. And I wanted to talk tonight. Doug and I have been collaborating and coming up with ways that we could go have fun and actually do education at the same time. And we came up with a cruise that I don't know how you could not say yes to. So let me tell you some of the details. It's an 8-day Southern Caribbean cruise, and it's going to the 3 islands that I always wanted to go to: Aruba, Bonaire, which is amazing, and then Curacao. And it's the ABC Islands. And those 3 islands will be fabulous. And our dates are February 28th through March 8th, 2026. So you can join Normie and a whole group of friends as we get together. We're going to have 7 nights, 8 days on the Carnival Horizon Cruise, again, to those ABC islands. You can relax and enjoy exciting days at sea and 3 amazing tropical island destinations. Of course, you'll be pampered by the pool, entertained with many theaters and outdoor games, eating so that we all gain weight. And there's lots of entertainment and fun stuff. The best part, though, is we're planning on having somewhere between 100 and 150 people in our group, which is amazing. And you'll get to network with those people, become new friends or old friends, getting together again, and just having a fabulous time. Each one of these events just always seems to grow and get better each time. Yeah. Well, during that time also, we scheduled some half-day classes in a classroom on the ship, doing the Normie Certified Microbial Inspector training course. And that'll be held 4 mornings during the cruise, so you can enjoy the rest of the day with your wife, family, friends, whoever it is that you're traveling with. So there's no better way to enjoy training, enjoying time in paradise, and just really having a time of your life. So what's included in this is you'll fly into Miami, and we will board the ship the next day, and we will be at sea for a couple of days. We'll then go to the ABC Islands. That's 3 days in a row out in incredible locations, and then 2 days returning. So lots of time just to relax and enjoy yourself. You know what? One thing I realized, and I'll shut up and let you talk then, is that we work our butts off. This industry is intense, and we're out there on the line all the time. You got to take the time, smell the roses, and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful opportunity, and getting to spend time with that guy is always fun anyway. So I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, some of the benefits that we're going to get from this, besides being able to spend a bunch of people with really good time with a bunch of really good people, we've opened this up. So you've got contacts all over the world, people that you've talked to for years. I think you said we've got maybe a couple of dozen people already wanting to sign up for this that are just basically industry leaders. So this is not just about Normie. We're also opening the door for our relationship with ISSA, a strategic alliance we have there. And so I have a feeling that it's going to fill up pretty quickly. I think we could probably do over 200 when it's all said and done. And that's just going to be a great, great opportunity for us to network with industry leaders, learn a lot about what's going on in the industry, get some training, some special training for your continuing education training. And that training also will qualify for Florida's continuing education licensing requirement. So there's just a great opportunity, I think, to spend some great time with some fun folks. We had a great time in Puerto Vallarta. It was just really, really cool, and I'm looking forward to this. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the Caribbean the first week in March? Hello.
You know, I had a great time with all the Normie folks that came. They were really great people. Well, what happened over the last week was kind of crazy because my daughters, especially Jillian, who organizes all of this, and Jennifer, started just calling all the friends in the industry, and everybody said yes. So these are all industry leaders across the board that you'll get to network with, but we're going to party and have a great time. So you got to get ready for that. Here's something else that's really amazing. Do you remember the river cruise we did?
Mm-hmm.
It was $12,000 for a couple. $12,000, and we filled it, of course.
Yeah.
But this one is a little better price than that. So
I'll say
the base cabin goes for $1,372 per person, and that includes the training.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So
yeah.
you can upgrade your cabins. I'm really spoiled, man. I like balconies, so I can go out and sit on the balcony and have coffee and just forget the world. Well, those cabins are only $1,862 per person.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity. Now, also, if you were to come and bring your wife and she's not attending the class, there's a discounted rate for her also. So you can go to our website, see the prices, you can call us. We'll work with you to get everything booked up. You just need to make sure you have a passport and be ready to have a great time. Bring a lot of shorts and swimsuits because that's the attire for the day, man.
You know what we also didn't mention was if you're a business owner and because you're taking classes, I would say that this could be written off.
Absolutely. So that's exactly why we're doing the 4 days, the mornings. We need to do 12 to 14 hours of education, and this becomes a tax deductible credit for you on your business. And we've been doing this for 14 years, so we know that that works pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to corral some people in. We haven't done finalized the plan yet for the training. You mentioned the certified microbial inspector course. Of course, that's going to be offered, but I think I heard today that there's another room that we could use if we wanted to do more training.
Yes.
And we're looking at other people that are in the industry that could offer some training. We'll be getting that kind of formalized here in the next week or so, but it's going to be an opportunity for not just a training, but maybe multiple different types of training, which is kind of exciting as well. So it's going to be a super time that we're going to be able to spend together. We got it up on our website. Let me just show you where this is, Larry, so you know, and all of the members know. But if you want to log in to Normie I'm sorry, you don't have to log into Normie. You can go directly. This is not protected, password protected, because we want anybody to come. We may have some of our friends that'll come to this, and they're not a part of Normie. But this is at events.normie.org, events.normie.org. And you can see that, I assume. The nice thing about this is if you click on this, it's going to take you to another page that shows you a little more information with the dates. And then when you click on this, it goes directly to Larry's website so that you can get the information you need. He's handling all of this for us. And there's all kinds of options. You mentioned several things about different size of rooms, and I know there's some suites available and a lot of other things. But one of the things we didn't talk a lot about is there's some special pricing for children, special pricing for families. There are some suites available. There's a rate for individuals who want to go solo. So there's a lot of options. And I think, if I remember correctly, we even talked about being able to make some payments on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We're asking for a $500 deposit so that we can reserve the room, get all of the details done, and then you can make payments or make full payments. We'll arrange that with you. We do have a couple of family suites reserved. And so that room is big enough for mom and dad and a couple of kids all in one room. And the kids' price is really, really inexpensive. And I should know that off the top of my head. It's like about $200 or something like that per kid, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, on these ships, they have all the kids' clubs. But better than that, they have the nightclubs and all the theaters and entertainment, dozens of bars and all those kind of things. And, you know, if you just want to go and relax and sit in the sun, I mean, what a great way to enjoy some time out in the beautiful Caribbean sunshine.
And when is the, if I remember correctly, the deadline is what, 6 months out, end of October, maybe 1st of November, that they can start, I mean, they can start making payments now. But I think that was the plan, wasn't it? That end of October, 1st of November, something like that?
Yeah, I believe it's in October. We'll get that. All payments are due by November 15th.
There you go. So you got six and a half months to pay for this thing, which is pretty cool. I have a feeling that
was that $100 a month?
Yeah, you'll be happy to take it any way we can send it. But this is really a fantastic opportunity. And I'll just tell you, I'm not just blowing smoke. This is absolutely true. I've been on several of these kinds of events, and Larry and his team absolutely take care of you like you're royalty. I mean, it's not just when you're on the ship. I think we may even talk about doing something the night before. If we get in Miami early, maybe we can have dinner together and do
Well, we're
some.
going to have a hotel base for everybody to come to. We'll get special rates there, and then we'll do a cocktail reception so everybody can register and meet each other and just start having a good time right then.
Fantastic. Well, I think I told you I'm threatening to bring Mardi Gras beads for everyone. So,
I hope you do.
so we have a party atmosphere, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And I want to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I know it was kind of last minute when I contacted you today, but thank you for being here. We're going to run this through our Normie TV and our radio and let people know about it, get the word out, because anybody can come. If you've got family, you want to come for the training, but you've got family that are not interested in the training, like maybe your wife, that's okay. Come on. You got a brother, brother-in-law, sister, sister-in-law, family that want to just be there and have fun. This is going to be a great opportunity. And so we're looking forward to it.
One more point I'll just throw out is the earlier the book, the better rooms we can get you, and you could be next to each other or near each other so the group's together. Each level on the cruise boat obviously is for what you select. So the higher up you are, it's usually the suites and or just the balcony type of rooms.
And I think this is
interior, I've done exterior, I've done suites, and I have fun in all of them.
And I think the Horizon is, I thought I saw where it's like 3,200 maybe rooms. It's a big boat.
It's a big old boat. I don't know if you can see that. There it is, man. It's a big Hummer. So it'll be plenty of fun. There'll be plenty of things to do and activities, and we just are really looking forward to it. On board also, we'll have some cocktail receptions. We'll have a dinner for the whole group, so everybody can really network and get to know each other a lot better.
Yeah, you know, when you and Jill started looking for these different cruises, and you came back with this one, all I could think was Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you.
I think that could be our theme song. We'd be okay.
It's going to be a great time. Thank you so much for being here, Larry. I really appreciate it. Tell Jill I said hi, and we'll get on this right away, start promoting it. Thanks for getting that website done.
Absolutely. You guys take care. It's great to be with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on board.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
I want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow that up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California, and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies, we have state agreements, we have federal agreements, we have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn, they continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
What you're talking about resource-wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada, not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn that's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. it's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the, the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have 2 children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have two sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, you know, such as the things we just talked about, changing filters, not going outside, you know, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with, you know, 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But, you know, it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own, you know, read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing, read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex simply because there are those fires that need to burn and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, you know, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, you know, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air.
Right.
That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, you know, self-contained breathing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, you know, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, you know, I really appreciate your time. You know, this is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some amazing pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Here at the experience, and we're talking with Vlad, and I'm going to let him describe what he does and tell you a little bit more about him. And I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name.
Smart man.
I don't want to destroy it. So,
Very smart.
Vlad, so who you are, you can say your last name.
Yeah, Vlad Mokhratumian. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Restoration Inbound.
And what is that?
So Restoration Inbound is a full-service digital marketing agency. I just spoke yesterday at the Experience Conference, and the thing that makes us unique is we also build our own AI marketing software on the back end. Yeah.
So you say you build your own, you have your own
Mhm.
developers?
My cousin, yeah, he does all the heavy work. I force him to.
Ah,
So
okay.
yeah, yeah.
So he's writing this as a proprietary operation?
Yeah, it's proprietary because we're not licensing it. We might in the future, but really what we noticed is there's really no one out there, very few people that actually build AI marketing for restoration owners, right? I don't know anybody else really. So we started just building a suite of tools. He likes to do that. And it's given us a pretty good advantage, I would say, in the industry and really cool insights because we take keywords from Google Ads that we know work, and then we pair it with ChatGPT. And then before we start a campaign, we can forecast and a bunch of other nerdy stuff that we think is cool.
Okay, does any of this work on the administrative side for the businesses?
Like you mean like in reporting or
Well, the
yeah.
reporting, seeing how they should be changing their marketing plans?
Yes,
Or is that
yes.
something that you directly deal with?
Yeah, we like the hardest part for us actually is making sure that our restorers meet with us once a week because then we can do all the reporting, all the pivoting, any edits, anything they need. So yeah, we have software integrations that we can use for people that will auto text, auto email clients, remind you for things. Yeah, we've done stuff like that as well. for reporting.
Autoresponder concept. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me, Lance, if you want to build, I'll get it done for you. Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah.
Something that will feed my dog at a certain time. of
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
Just so I can,
As long as it's a restoration dog,
Restoration dog.
we will take care of it. Yeah.
So I saw that you were talking with Michael Pinto a lot.
Yes, sir.
Have you been working with him or doing some stuff with him?
Yeah, Michael's actually he's a mentor in the industry. I actually typed in during my presentation, I actually talked about this. So you can see who's who. So you can use ChatGPT to determine leaders in different industries, right? It's got the world's knowledge on there. So it will basically go ahead and it will spit out those results. So if you type in world's leaders in mold remediation, two of the Normie members off the top of my head pop up. Number one, actually, ChatGPT says Michael Pinto, which is how I connected with him, and he started mentoring me. And then Doug Hoffman, I think, is actually number three.
Don't tell him that.
Yeah.
Don't let Doug know Michael
Yeah.
above him. That's all. So,
Yeah.
That's interesting
Yeah.
that it comes up that way.
Yeah. And so the cool part is though, right, for anyone watching out there that is in remediation or inspections, you can type in, well, who are the top real estate agents in whatever, New Jersey, New York, and you can find the top realtors, other referral partners to reach out to. So that way, when you're trying to build relationships with people that you want to be highly valuable, it'll do the research for you, right? So that's one way to use AI in marketing for research purposes, and then you can reach out to them after.
So if I was to ask you in a non-technical way to describe to the public what you do for most people to understand, what would you do?
I help you get more jobs. I help restoration companies get more jobs. Because they get more jobs, they can increase their prices. So then they become more profitable, right? And then the last thing I do is I take work off of their plate because they're constantly overwhelmed as business owners. And so we build software and technology to, make life easier for them. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That should be on our brochure.
Maybe that'll be next year at the experience conference. I'll have a brochure for that.
There
Yeah.
you go. All right.
So, yeah.
So is there anything else you want to tell us about your company or what you've been doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we spoke about yesterday, I can get into that, which is social media and how a lot of these restoration owners, they're not on social media because they think, oh, well, my clients aren't on Facebook when they get water damage job, which is very true because obviously Google is king. You want to be on Google first. However, they don't think about that all these other realtors and other business partners are on social media that you can talk to them. So that is the reason why you should be on there, not for your clients per se directly, but for the referral partners. And that's where social media, I think, can really shine. One of the people in the talk that I held, I'm sure Lance was taking furious notes there. Basically, he actually stated how he wrote LinkedIn articles, right? Now, did that get them a remediation job from the article? No, it actually got them a referral partner who read the article, right? So today you can use AI to write all sorts of different articles for you. However, they're probably going to be lower quality still. But what you can do is you can use it as like a brainstorming partner for you. And then after you brainstorm topics, you can even do it for a little bit of research. You can add your own unique spin to make it really engaging, interesting, funny, right? You want it to be awesome content. And then you post it to social media. People will read that about you. They'll read, oh, wow, look, Michael Pinto has all this content, et cetera. And then they'll reach out to you. And now you're getting more business, right? Because Michael actually ranked #1 on ChatGPT. I met him about 2.5, 3 years ago. I actually ended up referring him connections, right? A year later. So a lot of times everybody, you know, it's a classical, everybody wants a light switch, right? Everybody wants 6-minute abs. But with things like social media and really the high leverage marketing, it takes time. Now I'm going to take a breath and let you catch up here. Yeah. There's a lot to talk.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah. No.
No,
I'll talk to myself.
There's a lot of information,
Yeah.
you know, that you're talking about. And the viewers, they understand, you know,
Yeah.
and especially when you broke it down there a few minutes ago as to the service you provide for the everyday person.
Mhm.
And that's really what they're looking for, you know, to understand that we don't have a lot of people that are going to go out and dive into the AI side.
Yep.
But they're going to go to companies like yours for the AI assistance. So that's the power of what you're doing.
Yeah, 100%, right? As it gets more competitive and more complicated with AI, right? We can help demystify and simplify things, right? The last thing I'll say, because I can't speak here for an hour, but I know it's not my show. You know, Lance will tell you, I'll take it over.
Well, I'll be back. You can
Yeah.
talk
Okay,
now.
sounds good. That sounds like a plan to me. But the other, yeah, we'll do a Vlad takeover session. Yeah. But the other thing people want is they want to pay very little for jobs, right? They're like, these advertising prices are crazy. It's too expensive. Why? The reason they're so expensive is because you're paying to get the job today, right? You're getting the job today, so you're paying the most for a specific referral. You're going on Angie's, Thumbtack, CraftJack, Service Direct, right? Those are going to be the most expensive, you know, 300, 600, et cetera, right? For prices. However, if you do something like Michael Pinto did and you build a brand, right? Then you're going to spend very little because people know of you. Your reputation will grow. And then that's where you can make a lot of money for spending a little bit. And I always like to tell people, right? What do you think of in terms of price range when you think of Walmart versus Lamborghini, right? The branding does make a difference. It's
Absolutely.
long-term though. Yeah.
Well, Vlad, I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Didn't want you to take over the hour show.
Yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, I know. But there's still a lot of people here. And you know what? This is day 3. The show ends in, I don't know, an hour or so. And it's still crowded.
Yeah, it is actually a packed show today, which is awesome. I actually will have to say I've been to other conferences. The Experience Conference is a wonderful one. And people are really engaging. They're friendly. And if people haven't attended, I highly recommend you guys check out the scene and come say hello to me if you do.
All righty. Thank you. And we'll chat again, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okay, everybody, one more time before the end of the day, and then we have all day tomorrow to do some more interviews. But for now, I want to end the day talking to, and I'm just going to say, Becky, I mean, we've done trainings together. We've done other shows like this. You are the person that does the photography, the marketing, the editing, the production of promoting all of these contractors that are here. So tell us a little bit about you and what you really do, not what I just tried to explain.
Oh, I like it. You kind of made me sound fancy.
Absolutely.
I'll take it.
Absolutely.
Take it. I mean, the title I say is photographer, videographer, and digital media manager. But yeah,
That doesn't fit on a card, does it?
no, it kind of doesn't. I think it's the max on LinkedIn on my little bio there at the top where it
Okay.
says, "What's your job title?" It fits. I just had to use a slash instead of spaces. But yeah, I mean, I have been very fortunate to get to teach a workshop with you over this topic. We're kind of intertwined in that way.
That was
which
in
is great.
Mexico.
It was Porta Vallarta.
It was a nice place to go.
I'll do that again. Anyone want to sign up for that?
Yeah, really. So how does what you do help all the contractors and people that are here in this industry?
So it's in all different ways because, you know, photography and videography, that's a great marketing tool as well as just documentation. And then when it comes to digital media management, that's your social media. That's your, are you telling me to hold it up closer?
Yeah, a
Okay,
little
I
closer.
saw it. I saw it. Was that a little better, you
Just a
think?
little.
Okay, and then digital media marketing is, you know, getting yourself in front of the right people, right? With marketing, you talk about marketing as well. But what I focus on is organic reach. So yes, I do ads as well, but I focus on what's going to be free for you. How are you going to get stuff out for free without having
The organic stuff.
yeah,
is
organic
basically-
reach. Exactly.
You know, and there's people here in all different verticals from carpet manufacturers and cleaners, plumbers, electricians. I mean, everybody is here with all kinds of technical tools and things that they do, but they all need to market.
Oh, yes.
You know, and I think the way that you approach the industry and being able to help them is a little unique.
Oh, thank you.
It just is, you know, I've seen you do the training and the uniqueness is one that you care and you take each company on as an individual, not just, all right, here's the routine. This is what
Oh,
you do.
I'm glad you see that because yeah, that's the biggest goal is getting to help the company and getting to see the company evolve. That's the most rewarding thing for me is just getting to see, hey, we started from here, we started from the ground, or maybe we started from high up, but how can I take you to that next level? So
Any special tricks or things that are favorite of yours in that area?
well, it depends on because like you said, there's all different types of companies in this industry across the board. So it does depend on kind of where you're at, but I recommend engaging with your audience in any way that you can, whether it be posting a live video very often because those pop up first on everyone's feed. Or am I holding it close enough?
You're fine.
Or, you know, just engaging with your audience as much as you can, you know, posting as often as you can, and even posting stuff that you think people wouldn't care about. People care more than you think.
You know, I did a training the other day and I talked about talking to your audience, but not for things that you like, because they may like something completely different. You
Yes.
can't just tell them what you like. You got to tell them what they like.
Yeah. Yeah. And even asking your audience what they like and then talking about that is a great way to approach it.
And that's
too.
the idea. It's really changing it to the direction of what their needs and wants are.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, no, I like the whole marketing side of this. I like the way that you did your presentation when we did it in Mexico.
I
And,
appreciate yours as well.
That's why I wanted to talk to you here. So if anybody out there wants to get your type of help with
Mm-hmm.
promoting their business, how do they reach you?
Well, I mean, you can reach me directly if you want to. What do we want to give
You
them?
can give them your website, you can give whatever email, whatever contact you
Well,
want to
I'm
do.
Becky Tomeno. You can reach me through anything, honestly. I'll give you the fun one. So I'm on Instagram as Gotta Love Monkeys. This is my personal page, GOTTALOVEMONKEYS. Yes, that's my name on Instagram. You can reach me there. You can find me on Facebook as Becky Tomeno. And my last name is kind of tricky because it sounds like an A sometimes, but it's TOMAINO, Tomeno. Sometimes I say it tomato, tomato, however you want to say it, doesn't really matter. Like we were saying earlier, we answer to anything, right? But yeah, and then I own Rebecca Lauren Photography and Rebecca Lauren Media. So a great way to look at that is just RebeccaLaurenPhotography.com. But I'm on everything. I'm on LinkedIn, as you all should be. Facebook, Instagram, all of the things. So
And now you're on Normie TV.
I'm on Normie TV. I'm famous now.
Yes, you are. So, well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know that you've been running around talking to people all day too, and my voice is just about gone. So
Do you have any left for tomorrow?
I'll try not to talk much tonight.
Okay, good.
So
Have a little sabbatical and then we're chatting.
absolutely. So thank you again for stopping by. We appreciate it. And hopefully the people out there, if they need your services, will reach out.
Well, awesome. Reach out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. This was fun.
And I'm going to turn it over to you. This is Skip Jankowski. He is a Normie Pro, like Doug said earlier. He's become a good friend. He's one of our senior trainers. He is from the West Coast. We don't hold that against him. And Skip, I'm going to turn it over to you for your presentation. Share your screen, and we'll be here if you need any assistance.
All right. Thank you very much. By the way, this presentation, I didn't get the memo. It was sent out to all of attendees that I would be talking about mycotoxins. I'm actually taking a different pathway tonight. In the future, I can talk about it, but I wanted to give something a little bit more of an overview. It'll make sense. Hang with me. Nobody has to take notes. You don't have to turn your brains on too much, but hopefully this will make sense. And this is where I have a lot of passion for this and why I have so much advocacy for NORMI, because NORMI talks about this more than any of the other training and or certification entities that are out there. And what you hopefully will see if I do a decent enough job is that we are absolutely in the indoor air quality arena, and we are certainly decontaminating microbially contaminated environments that can have a direct impact on health. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen here. Here's the National Institute of Health, moisture and mold remediation. The presence of excessive moisture in buildings has been linked to occupational illness, right? Vis-a-vis, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damper water damaged buildings are unhealthy. We can go to the EPA, right? Molds are usually not a problem indoors. Okay, I think we might challenge that. Unless mold spores land on a wet or damp spot and begin growing. Some of us may have a problem with that. Inhaling or touching mold. Bottom line is, again, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damp or water damaged buildings are unhealthy. California, this was a big step out here. California Department of Health has concluded that the presence of water damage, dampness, visible mold, or mold odor in schools, workplaces, residences, and other indoor environments is unhealthy. Typically, though, we don't get these agencies to tell people why. Let's take a look at how big the problem might be. We know it's a big problem, genetically and immunologically. This particular study, which is Quest Diagnostics, at the time that they did this was a 10-year retrospective analysis from 2000 to 2010 and then published in 2011, represented the largest study of allergy testing in the United States at that time. It involved 1.5 billion patient interactions across the country. They then listed 30 cities in the United States. Can everybody see that?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take the 2 Super Bowl cities. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer out there to do a quick mathematical search or calculation. Let's look at Philadelphia, 12% of the population, right, confirmed to have a mold sensitization, a mold allergy. So that's Philly. Then we go down to Kansas City, and we have 16% of the population. That's a lot of people, folks, right? What I can tell you is Cincinnati at 13%, that equates to about 52,000 people. 52,000 people confirmed, right? That's 13% of their population confirmed to be sensitized to mold. That's a mold allergy. So if we look at this data and we just look at the top 30 cities in the country, on average, that's over 12% of the population across the spectrum as a mean is confirmed to have a mold allergy. Cincinnati alone is over 50,000 people, right? So where I'm going with this is, again, the agencies, departments of health, water damaged buildings are unhealthy. The predominant media attention for a very long time has been on mold, fungal amplification, and yes, mycotoxins, which I was supposed to talk about. Maybe that'll be a future discussion. But this is a very, very interactive microbial biocontaminant, or a word that is becoming very, very prevalent these days is biotoxin landscape. You have mold species and specificity, right? Quantity and species of mold that amplify in damp to wet conditions. Then you have indicator molds or marker molds, which then produce mycotoxins. We also have VOCs and MVOCs. We have beta glucans. We have gram-negative bacteria, endotoxins, and we also have gram-positive bacteria, Actinomycetes. My point in this presentation tonight is to show some studies from around the world in clinical papers. The prevalence, in other words, global scientific published studies for a very long time have known about this. It has not transitioned into common knowledge into this industry, and hopefully we're going to make a change in that. Bacteria, right? Note about bacteria, don't take notes. There's not going to be a test. It's either gram positive or gram negative, right? And that's a function of staining. Each cell membrane allows for a certain stain to take, either red if you're gram negative or purple if you're gram positive. Gram positive are typically associated with Actinomycetes, right? Actinomycetes research recently, which we now know that CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome, is now a medically accepted diagnosis, right? It characterized by a chronic inflammatory response which is triggered by predominantly a genetic predisposition. HLA-DRDQ gene doesn't function properly. Gram-negative bacteria, we're pretty much talking about endotoxins, both of which, again, actinobacteria, right? Actinomycetes, actinos for short. Endotoxins is an actual part of the membrane of that bacteria, both of which start to grow on buildings along with mold and everything else, but they too, just like mold spores, become aerosolized. And at that point in time, they are now a bioaerosol. And the principal pathway or the triggering mechanism for someone's immune system to respond either immunologically, like what's represented in the Quest study, or for CIRS patient genetically, it's through inhalation. This particular study, the Environmental Health Unit, the National Institute of Health in Finland, talked about indoor microbiota and severely moisture damaged homes and the impact of interventions. Interesting. Again, I so apologize. I've got one screen here which is very large. This is very short. If I'm so fortunate to be able to do this again, I will have solved this technical glitch. The point of this particular study, published in 2017, had everything to do with trying to find microbial contaminant indicators or flags associated with an occupant's illness or prevalence of illness, and to be able to rank that house. We've talked about this in our normie classes, especially the sensitized individual. What is the issue, the health issue of that occupant? And then what are you looking for in the form of a source contaminant? In short, this particular study, that's exactly what they were looking for. What is the occupant illness? How can we assess the various biocontaminants, whether they be mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria, to rank the house a certain way, which then leads to a remediation protocol that may be a better approach to reverse the contamination. So a couple of aspects of the paper. Whoops, sorry about that. So they're using novel sequencing. What we have here in the United States is EnviroBiomics. They are testing for actinobacteria, endotoxins, et cetera, et cetera. However, if we look at this particular part here, a major objective of the study was to make a first step towards closing the gap, trying to identify signature of moisture damage, identification of what is the organism, the predominant organism that could ultimately be identified as a source contaminant. It's pretty cool to me that science is working down that pathway, right? And it's going to be transitional into the industry. Additionally, the limited understanding of microbial characteristics in moisture damaged buildings impedes the effort to clarify what are the adverse health effects of the occupants associated with the damage. So again, is this more bacteria related as a trigger to that occupant health issue? Is it mold or is it a combination? Interestingly enough, and I don't know, nor am I taking exception with any of the remediation best practices, but here's what they found. Looking at changes in the relative abundance of the top 15 abundant taxa, pre and post intervention, constituting 50% of bacteria and 50% of the fungal species, there was very little change in those interventions vis-a-vis remediations on both of those species of mycotoxins, or I'm sorry, not mycotoxins, but microbial contaminants. And then the absence of clear fungal signals in the buildings that they were assessing was really dumbfounded to them, because the mindset has always been that this is a mold problem in damp and water damaged buildings, regardless of the fact that for decades now we've understood that bacteria plays a major role. Additionally, this is very interesting. Frontiers in Bioscience, published in 2011, again in Finland. I'm finding that when I do this research, there's a lot of data that's being published over the years from places outside of the States. If I were to have talked about it in the future in talking about mycotoxins specifically, Dr. Erika Blom, Lund University in Sweden, did some groundbreaking work in testing air and surface samples in water damaged buildings, not only in Sweden, where she found and confirmed in multiple tests that 80% of the aerosolized samples that she was testing were positive for mycotoxins. And she did the same thing in Katrina, where she found upwards of 60% of Katrina homes had aerosolized mycotoxins that they were able to capture. But here's the thing that was really interesting to me. Yes, we know that things take place on surfaces. Yes, we know that building materials, if they're damp and wet long enough, you get the colonization of mold, mycotoxins, bacteria. But take a look at this. Even back in 2002, actinomycetes in indoor air were higher in buildings that have this contamination in their inner wall insulation material of these damp and wet structures. And they found that because of the size of the actinobacteria, they were more readily migratory from the inner wall cavity into the habitable space based on their size, more so than mold spores. Pretty interesting stuff. When we get into some of the aerosolization potential of, in this case, mold, as reported by Thrasher and Crowley in Industrial Health 2009, how many spores can be aerosolized? So they did a bench study. First and foremost, one of the things that I found interesting by these authors or these researchers was that when mold species exceed those outdoors in an indoor environment, they're already deducing contamination has taken place. What does that mean? If you've got 3,700 Aspergillus penicillium outside, you get 5,200 inside, it's contaminated, even though you have a relative similarity in quantity of those species, right? Okay, so they do a bench study and they set up a biosafety cabinet and they introduce some laminar airflow in there representative of what you would see in a home. And here's what they found. Different species of mold become dislodged, move from a surface into the air in different amounts per species. So as they were testing Cladosporium, this is, and by the way, this is 1 centimeter, which is the equivalent of your fingernail on your index finger. Under 500 spores for Cladosporium type, Stachybotrys 4,000, Aspergillus penicillium 10,000 spores each. Now, one way that I look at this and go, wow, that's like your HVAC system is on. You have a fan on in a room. You're walking past a wall, right? And then all of a sudden, this is by virtue of changes in air pressure differentials. You're pulling these spores or they're being released into the atmosphere. Oftentimes when we're doing spore trap sample testing or assessing companies that do perform this, we're not capturing everything. So this type of background knowledge, whether it be bacteria, or in this case, mold spores and other byproducts of these microbial contaminants, to understand that this has been proven, this has been tested, this has been found elsewhere, gives us some knowledge about what we're really looking at, and if we're not looking at it or for it, we should be, especially because we're talking about health issues. Also published and sent from the same paper, Thrasher and Crowley, right? What has Normie talked about? What do we talk about? Unlike other certifying entities or certification or teaching bodies, 9 biocontaminants, right? We can list them. Gram-negative and positive bacteria, mycotoxins, molds, proteins, beta-glucans, endotoxins. Actinomycetes are associated with hypersensitivity pneumonitis, invasive infections rather, blah, 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 blah. Other types of mycotoxins are producing things very similar to chemotherapy agents. So let me take a breath here and go back and say that I think this is Skip's thinking here. This is my hypothesis that these national entities and agencies, EPA, NIH, CDC, various departments of health are saying that these water damaged buildings are unhealthy. I think we're getting closer for these agencies to be telling people why. A, because this type of science is becoming very, very much so more prevalent. It's not necessarily readily accessible yet. However, Normie talks about this, and through its teaching is getting more and more professionals to become aware of this. And so therefore that bridge across the Grand Canyon is being built. These are unhealthy environments. Here's why, and here's what we should be looking at to solve the problem conclusively. When we understand the built environment and how that has changed since the 1970s. Well, today people are spending so much more time indoors, right? Agencies are saying like 90% of our time is indoors, whether it's work or at home. What we're seeing is the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing. The rate of aerosolized transmissible diseases, such as the pandemic, or nosocomial infection in hospitals, have hardly been affected over decades. I suggest that these either mold allergies or sensitivities, as confirmed over well over a decade ago, in fact, almost 2 decades ago by Quest, with that data compilation, again, 1.5 billion. We're not talking about a study of 200 data points, right? 1.5 billion. If the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing, that means more and more people are becoming aware that something is happening. More and more doctors are becoming more mold literate in treating either an allergy or SEERS. More awareness means there's a whole lot more buildings, whether that be a resident and home ownership, apartment, school, office, government, military housing. There's a lot of buildings out there that are going to need proper decontamination approaches. From the healthcare practitioner standpoint, there's a reason why Dr. Neil Nathan states that when it comes to the most sensitized patients, he's emphasized and will continue to emphasize mold toxicity is the single most common contributing cause of that sensitivity. Mold toxicity is far more common than is currently recognized. Those who are knowledgeable in this field estimate that millions of people are wrestling with this problem, but are entirely unaware of its existence. And the reason for that is the EPA, NIOSH, 5% of buildings were contaminated in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, people are starting to spend more time indoors, and we're getting a lot smarter in properly diagnosing indoor air contaminants. 35 to 50% of the buildings 10 to 20 years later, right, are now considered microorganism, right, generated contamination, biotoxin, bioaerosol. And then it's translating because more and more doctors are seeing these types of patients. We're talking the scientific evidence of what's being produced in a damp or water damaged building, but now we have the transition to studies that are confirming health issues, and we were getting those these published articles as well. So you've got thousands of scientific publications on mycotoxins, endotoxins, actinobacteria being the principal culprits of the inflammatory response. It used to be mold, or the thought of mycotoxins being that significant contributor to that health issue of an occupant. But now it's conclusive, right? And in fact, other than, I mean, if you talk with pretty much anybody that's in this industry, most will acknowledge that, yeah, it's a health issue. I'm hopeful that the rest of the curtain can be peeled back and the secret can be completely uncovered, in that we now know everything that grows in a damp or water damaged building, and specific protocols such as the NORMI, NC, RSI, NCMP is the right approach to solve it. And in fact, I'll go one step further, that I think the data alone for Sears patients, Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Andrew Heyman that Doug alluded to earlier, foremost leading authority in this country today, has stated in some of his presentations, and we know this, that 22 to 25% of the population has a genetic predisposition for Sears because of the genetic anomaly, and they don't even know it. Might it be time for the industry to start assuming that when we are going through and assessing from the assessor side and diagnosing and doing inspections of these buildings to determine the degree to which they are water damaged or damp, and then we transition to either hand it off or we're doing the remediation, should we start to assimilate an assumption that regardless of whether the occupant realizes or not, they may be suffering from mold, because the data is pretty clear on that. Almost 4 in 10 people, 25% genetically, 10 to 15% immunologically. Dr. William Nazaroff, I quote this paper quite a bit, Cal Berkeley 2014, Indoor Air. Dr. Nazaroff, Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering at Cal Berkeley. This particular study, this is a great paper for anybody that wants to look it up and just dig into it over a cup of coffee. Talking about the bioaerosol behavior and its effect on human beings is particularly coupled to the particle size in the 0.1 to 10 micron for bioaerosols. In fact, what he further goes into, which I will not hear, it is that 2 or sub 2 micron particle that is the biggest culprit, whether that is a mycotoxin or a mold species or an actinobacteria or an endotoxin, that is of significant concern, because sub 2 micron particles, they now know, are so easily deposited in deep into the human lung and therefore into the bloodstream. Now, we don't have to be doctors, right? We don't treat people. But I think that if we can have and increase and develop our knowledge of what the medical community and the scientific community has identified and which is now confirmed, all of us in this industry will be better served to more comprehensively and completely and thoroughly decontaminate these damp and water damaged buildings, such that the end result of our efforts leaves an environment that can support recovery and then certainly wellness long-term for the people that are living in these buildings. One of the things that we have that is frustrating to all of us, our clientele, those that we interact with on a daily basis. There are no published standards by the EPA, the NIH, the CDC, various state departments of health on what is a normal amount of mold. And of course, in fairness to them, they almost cannot create that standard because each human being, depending upon how they are biologically made up, do they have that HLA-DR DQ gene anomaly that makes them genetically susceptible to mold illness and disease, which is what SEERS is, versus something that's more allergenic or an immunological response. But if we look at other viewpoints, and in this case, the World Health Organization, this particular study, toxins, another great study. Now we're, most of the papers I've referenced thus far were 2009, 2014, 2011. Now we're getting up to 2023. And they reference in this particular paper that the World Health Organization states that spore concentrations above 500 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered as hazardous for an occupant. Not might, not could be, but is. And then above 1,000 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered extremely hazardous. Now, the difference between what we typically use, which is non-viable spore trap or swab sampling, that's a certain number of spores per cubic meter of air. CFU is colony forming units, which is a direct reference to viability. These are culturable results. So if you're culturing 500 colony forming units per cubic meter of air, that's a problem for any occupant. If it's over 1,000, it's a significant. Now, what's an equivalent? How do you test for this? It's basically, we've seen this, the homeowner calls us and says, hey, I went down to the box store and I bought this Petri dish. And because something smelled funny, it smelled moldy, misty, and I followed the directions and I took the lid off and I let it sit for an hour. I covered it up and I sent it to the lab and I've got, 2,500 CFUs per cubic meter of air. What does that mean? Right? So now we have a way to answer that question because we're more knowledgeable and we have some very relevant pieces of information that we can share with people. But the bottom line is that scenario is that's a home that needs to be decontaminated. Different species of mold release different amounts of spores or fragments into the air, into the environment. They're aerosolized. These are now bioaerosols. They're still biotoxins. For example, Aspergillus versicolor, 17 to 170 times higher or more spore or fragments than Cladosporium. Listen, I don't wake up and say, I want to go find out what species of mold releases more spores or fragments of their self into the atmosphere. I don't do that. I'm very thankful that these researchers do. But, as we all know, the health risks for years have been associated with really nasty things. But again, our awareness creates a better pathway. It sheds light on what we should be looking for, and then what our end result should be for our remediation activities. When it comes to SEERS, and this is where this is not necessarily new, it's probably 3, 4, 5 years. I think 2019, there was a legal case where the diagnosis of SEERS was challenged. It actually was accepted. So since I think 2019, and I referenced this early on in this presentation, that now SEERS is a understood and accepted medical condition. But here's what happens. For those of you out there, the actual brain structure changes. And in fact, there is some very cool, very advanced technology out there today in the form of brain scanning of SEERS confirmed patients, whereby their brains look like the CTE damaged brains of professional athletes, because a lot of these contaminants cross the blood-brain barrier and literally changes the structure of the human brain. It's cuckoo crazy. It's bananas that we've been able to identify this. But because of that, the requirement for us to be aware of this, we don't have to be experts. I'm no experts on this stuff, but I have an understanding of what happens, and therefore it elevates my approach in how I deal with that client who's confirmed to be a SEERS patient. Even if they're not, they've got a mold allergy. And even if neither of the two are case, I'm making an assumption so that I don't leave any stone unturned, depending upon how I'm going to assess the building and then subsequently remediate it. The point here is that these people's brains change. The structure of the brain literally is measurable and it changes. That's a pretty scary thing to me anyways. I'm sure it is to everybody else out there, but I can't see everybody else out there. Why is this the case? If we go back to Dr. Nazaroff and Cal Berkeley, the sub 2 micron particle, human hair, 50 to 180 microns. If you have any less, I'm losing mine. So, we have to go 0 to 180 here in some cases, right? But this is it right here. So below 2 microns, what happens is that particle, regardless if it's bacteria, a mold fragment, an endotoxin, actinobacteria, whether it's a mycotoxin, these are 2 microns and below predominantly. They go through, you breathe them in, either through nasally or through your mouth, and they go past the esophagus, through the bronchial tubes, deep into the alveoli, and are released into the bloodstream rather immediately. I'm sure everyone out there that's in attendance tonight has spoken to someone who says, I can't go in that room because if I do, within seconds or a couple of minutes, all of these things start kicking up. All of my symptoms kick in. This is why. It's what is the particle and how small is it? Because that, as has been studied and confirmed now, is very readily, deeply deposited into the lung, which goes into the bloodstream, which subsequently causes this chain reaction of events that is out of control. This particular slide is a representative of what I just talked about. I tend to use as my blood pressure cuff in a building, a lab that incorporates digital microscopy, and it looks at 100% of the slide, and it captures an image of that air spore trap sample. For those of you that are curious, this particular sample had 1.8 million Aspergillus penicillium types per cubic meter of air. Again, inhale deep, right into the alveoli and deep into the alveoli, and it goes into the bloodstream. If you're genetically predisposed or immunologically predisposed, things start to happen very, very, very quickly. And even if you're not, some people are sensitized to mold. Well, we know that all mold can make anyone sick. It's a dose, duration, and over time, right? If you're in a contaminated environment long enough, you're going to have an effect. The biggest thing here that is very, 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 very challenging happens when these patients are finally get to a doctor. The doctors have the biggest challenge here. This is crazy. I just put this up here because the physicians that treat these people, predominantly SEERs, and for that matter, those who are immunologically sensitized, an allergy type patient, they got to look at everything. There's a lot that they have to do, and it takes a long time for them to be talking to those particular patients. There's a long road to hoe. They got to look at a lot of things. So our job is critical. The physician's job is very, very complex because they have to look at so many things biologically. In the end, and I want to leave a little bit of time here, when we're dealing with people that have allergies, when we're dealing with people that are SEERs, we have all dealt with them. It's not fun. In many cases, if it's a SEERs patient, right now I'm dealing with 2 referred to me from doctors outside. These folks are at the end of their rope. We know what causes it. And then Normie, in its charter, Guidon, is here to change the world. The more we know about what this causes, or we know, the more we can uncover and properly diagnose through the certain testing, whether it's a swab or a spore trap or a viability test, or looking at PCR type testing. What are the endotoxins found? You know, using a beta glucan, getting a comprehensive diagnosis is going to help us. And of course, the last thing here is that the entire environment, if I go back, and I don't want to have to go back and look at all these slides, but if something started growing on a wall or a floor or a ceiling, it got into the air. It's by the time this was identified, the containment barrier isn't going to contain the biotoxins, which is why it is so critical for the Normie sanitization protocol to be comprehensively enacted and done correctly, because the whole environment, if this was a problem in the kitchen, there's a biotoxin in the bedroom, and vice versa. So we owe it to these buildings to do the best we can, and there's just so much information out there today that can help us be better at what we do to reverse this contamination. I'm going to stop sharing right now. And Lance, if you want to open it up, and I hope that made sense. There was a lot of stuff there. I just hope that logically it makes sense, that we have a lot more stuff that we could be looking at. We have the tools to do it. And Normie's at the forefront of this as it relates to what should you be looking at, and here's how you correct it.
Well, Skip, first thing, I want to thank you for doing that. It was a tremendous amount of information in there. And I do have a few questions I want to follow up with, and some of them were put in by some of our people here. But I want to kind of set the stage first to answer a question about why we don't, or why we haven't to this point reacted as aggressively towards these situations as some other parts of the world. Most of the people here in the room have seen somebody stung by a bee and have a reaction to it. Most of the people here have at some point seen somebody touch poison ivy and within a very short amount of time have a reaction to it. Yep. The biggest difference is you can see what's causing the problem. In what you're talking about, we're talking about microscopic organisms that people can't see. Oh. You know, it's just like saying, when's the last time you looked up in your house? Really? They don't look, they don't see, it doesn't exist. So I think that's one of the bigger things, that we're now dealing with a world that we can't see with the naked eye, and that's causing a lot of these issues. A comment came up the other day about doctors being so specialized in what they do that if they take care of your elbow and your hand hurts, they send you to another doctor. Yeah. But wait a minute, it's a few inches away. they don't do that. The double-edged sword to that, though, kind of works in our favor, because now we're having a lot of doctors actually researching this environmental medicine and getting very, very specialized into it. And these are the people doing the research and bringing this out to the forefront. So I see that as kind of working in our favor, even though we may have to run to 3 or 4 doctors because 2 different parts of our arm hurt. Right. So the question I have for you, why right now is there so much more research still being done outside of the US than in the US? If you can answer that in a G rating.
Well, number one, I would think that from 30,000 feet, the structures in Europe are a lot older than what they are here, right? That's first and foremost. Number two, they have probably, we're a very large country. It's a lot smaller over there. So the density of the population per structure is very different than it is here. We have, other than outside the coast. Thirdly, I think that's just been on their radar screen. For example, we can use rising damp. Rising damp is a term that we're using now. That originated, I think, that was England, right? That's rising damp. The stone foundations got wet and everything goes. I mean, that's a term that, as I understand it, started over there. So it's just an interest. I think it's an interest thing. Now, it's not that we're not studying this, the scientific community and healthcare practitioners and researchers aren't doing that. It's just that there's a lot of it all over the world. I mean, I can do any Google search and find scientific published studies here in the States very, very readily. I have a lot more than what I showed you here tonight, but I didn't want to bore people with this stuff. And by the way, I don't want to be, an expert on this. I just use this so that I can gain an understanding of what I should be looking at in that building. And even though you haven't asked the question, let me just close the loop here on this circle. In many regards, this is a very complex mathematical equation. And I don't need to be a mathematician if I understand what the formula is. And if I adhere to the formula, I can get to the answer. Even though we can't see this stuff, if we know we should be looking for actinobacteria, and there are labs out there that'll send us a kit that will be able to do that, where we can get an interpretive result, and I can look for beta glucans and I can look for VOCs. We have all that. These are tools that need to go into the toolbox.
So can I add a fourth reason? Difference between, I think, Europe and some of these Asia, some of the other countries compared to us. And I don't want to sound too political about this, but I think generally speaking, allopaths, the doctors that we deal with from the MD side of it, in America, we're more interested in dealing with symptoms than we are causes.
Yeah.
And truthfully, for most of us, if we have a headache, well, we want to lose weight. It's easier to take Ozempic than it is to stop eating and exercise.
Right.
We've got pain somewhere. We're going to take a medicine to deal with the pain rather than the symptom, rather than finding the cause. So in 2010, I was invited to speak in Los Angeles at the Alternative Therapies Conference for cancer therapies. And there were 1,700 doctors there. I was asked there to speak on the subject of mold and how we're talking about a long time ago,
yeah.
But I was there to talk about mold and the potential health effects related to mold, that what we knew then. And what was interesting was that out of these 1,700 doctors, 85% of them were from outside of the United States. And the practices that they were using, the therapies that they were using, were not approved by the FDA in the States. And the practices that they were using were as a result of exactly what you just said, Skip, that they had been looking at studies for the cause, and then they were addressing the cause. And so with cancer, for instance, they were dealing with diet. They were dealing with hyperthermia. They were dealing with different pH diets, those sorts of things. It was just a completely different approach than in the allopath world, at least back then, was if you got cancer, let's cut it out, or let's radiate it. So I think I just think that's a factor. Like I said, I don't want to sound too political about it, but I think our approach to medicine has been completely different than what we see in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of these studies, the Finnish studies that I started off with, it's a holistic approach. Is that a Finnish study or is that normie? Is that a Finnish study or normie? It's a holistic approach because you will not solve the problem if you don't look at the source. Right. And then you're not going to solve the problem if you think that you only have to reduce quantitatively the amount of mold spores in a containment area. You're missing the containment areas for the most part, right? It's a fraction of the total cubic amount of air in a building. And the rest of it is contaminated, and we're only focused on what's behind the plastic. So cannot pay enough homage to the sanitization protocol and high-level disinfecting cleaning to remove these particulates. Because, hey, look, you've interacted with Dr. Remy and Dr. Heyman, right? If you don't remove the endotoxins to the extent that you can, or the actinobacteria, that person is not going to get better. They just won't, because they still are exposed. So it's a big, big, big job. And I suggest that to all my fellow colleagues out there in attendance tonight, and those that will be here in the future, whether we realize it or not, we're becoming more closely aligned to high-level hospital infectious disease cleaning professionals and biotechnology decontamination professionals, period. That's where we're at. Yeah. Because those are the two, that's what the world knows right now. That's the SpaceX of decontaminating microbial contamination. It's both of those two. One doesn't supersede the other. In combination, you will get the cleanest environment there is, period, if done properly.
Hey, Skip, I have a question here from one of our viewers tonight, and I want to put it out there to you and Doug. I'm comfortable with my own answer on this, and I want to remind you, we only have a little bit before the top of the hour, because I know this will go on for a long time, but here's the question. If a property insurance company will pay for a mold inspection and testing for an affected property, then why won't a health insurance company pay for a mold inspection and testing to evaluate someone if their home is killing them? I'm sure we could do an easy hour on that, but I think the short answer is that they're staying in their lane, they're avoiding knowing, so they have to deal with the issue?
Well, here's my personal opinion on this. Mr. President, I look forward to your response. If the EPA, which we already know, their base study said 85% of the buildings in this country have IEQ contamination. 50% had signs of water damage at the time of the assessment, and over 50% of them are contaminated. How much is that going to cost to fix? That's if that isn't the definition of Pandora's box. And then there's another reason why the EPA, CDC, NIH aren't telling people why these are unhealthy, because the magnitude of the problem exceeds the amount of money we have. So we have to be very systematic right now. We have to go about this very specifically. It's not a shotgun approach. We have to, and this is why Normie has the ability to get people to start thinking differently about how are they going to cover this from an insurance standpoint, and can we get these regulatory agencies to start saying, here's why it's unhealthy, and here's how we're going to fix it. Mr. President.
So I'll just tell you, I think the interesting thing about this is it kind of goes back to what we just talked about. It's about informing people that they have to deal with the cause, not the symptom. And unfortunately, our society often they just don't know how to exist without insurance. They expect insurance to pay for the symptom, for the problem, rather than looking at the cause and saying, look, how can I keep an environment dry? How can I make sure, using IEQ management, that my home will never get to a situation where it's water damaged? Or if it is water damaged, how do I fix it so I'm not going to have a problem forever? You know, one of the interesting things you said that I just want to underscore, Skip, and great job, by the way. Love this. This is really what we need to talk about. But probably a lot of people in the room tonight heard terms that they've not
been familiar with, actinos, endotoxins, biotoxins. And what you did was you laid out, I think, a beautiful picture of the whole microbial contamination issue, much, 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 much bigger than mold. And that's the kind of thing we talk about in the NCRSI class. And I wish, you know, in a perfect world, if I were running the world, all of our Normie members would take that class so that they would understand how to utilize EnviroBiomics and Respirari and blah, 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 and at least be familiar with it. Because as you said, and I think you're exactly correct, you used the word intervention. I'm just going to put a different term on that. But the traditional remediation processes just are not effective for the majority of the people. And we've got to learn how to do our jobs better. I'm just saying.
Well, there's no, and in order to do so, you have to understand what is it that you're trying to solve. And that's this type of information, which you don't have to be Einstein to have a working comprehensive knowledge of what this means, right? The other thing is, if we are and should, not necessarily tomorrow, but we're migrating towards this industry is going to be more closely aligned to hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning, biotechnology, environmental decontamination. Then if you go to the doctor, first thing you do is put the blood pressure cuff on you. That's why I said this, that example of that spore trap sample, that's my blood pressure cuff, because I can see what's there. It measures 100% of the slide, and pictorially, I can present this. Nathan, this is what you're breathing. And holy cow. So that's my blood pressure. So I'm using analogies. Secondly, if I see that, I can go, you know what? This is telling me I need to take an X-ray. And what is that X-ray going to be? EnviroBiomics. I want to do a bacterial and endotoxin and actino test in here. And by the way, guess what? They've already said the doctor wants that. And they've already said the doctor wants an ERMI. And the doctor said they want a Hertz Me too. So if the doctors are saying this, and this is what we're going at here, this is a collaboration between the patient, the doctor, the HVAC cup, which I haven't even gotten into today. We stand on, but guess what? The Normie trained professional, and if you go through this NCRSI NCMP class, you're positioning yourself within the market that you're operating on, regardless of what you're doing, is to being the subject matter expert. And every single market all over the world needs somebody who understands this stuff, because the people that are affected are looking for hope. They want hope that they can talk to somebody and get the right information. And when people call us, they go, that's the closest thing I've gotten to what my doctor is telling me I got to deal with. I call all these other companies, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'll tell you what, I'm new to Normie. I couldn't tell you, I got to raise the biggest Normie flag I can find on the planet, because this is the knowledge entity. This is going to teach people in the masses about what this really is and what the source is, and solve the problem and not put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah. We are at the top of the hour, but I do have one comment I want to repeat from somebody in the room, and then we have a hand raised for another question. But real quick, Skip, the question I asked you earlier that you responded to, one of our members kind of responded at the same time, and they responded in a way that you physically can't. They did it in 5 words. Follow the money, Big Pharma.
I saw that pop up on the screen. Yeah. And guess what?
And Randall's in the room, and I'm going to open up his mic here. You had a question for us. Go ahead, Randall.
Thank you.
There you go.
Great stuff. Yes, go ahead.
Well, let me just say this again, just to balance that off. Big Pharma exists because we want the drugs.
Right. Yeah. Hey, there's a confirmation happening tomorrow, perhaps. We'll see. Might make a difference.
Yes.
So my question was, but I'll make a quick comment. You talked about the client patient, not patient for us, but the client can't see things, I will, we've already talked, some of us have already talked a little bit about the Immunolytics gravity plate concept. That my job with that, when I was talking with friends, family, and neighbors, is, hey, it's not as bad as you think. Many times it looks worse. They can see that. And now you have to help interpret what is a concern and what is not, based on what the criteria that's been developed over decades of several doctors analyzing the data. It's very visually powerful, and it's really critical to not overstate it, because people can easily jump to oh no, this looks horrible, when it's not, and so on. But sometimes it is horrible. But my question is on the treatments, and I think you kind of touched on this. Like you say, with the sanitization protocol, the things I've seen, mold spores tend to be one of the hardest things to kill. The bacteria, viruses, and lots of other stuff tend to get done earlier. So we're already focusing on the technologies and methods that will kill the stuff we haven't tested for. If we just test for some of the, we don't have to test for everything on that list, and we're still using technologies that will cleanse a whole bunch of it. But then I'm going to add some things I've heard that I'm using. I've heard, and I need to research further, that they may neutralize mycotoxins, some citrus-based things and some other things to some degree on the more powerful things. That seems like a path of us pursuing what methods can go after the whole ball of wax, even if you haven't tested for the whole ball of wax, or more of the ball of wax, I should say, that will help neutralize more of the things in the environment, even if you went after the most obvious ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I'm not hearing that you're saying there's a silver bullet out there, but there's, right? I get that. Well, mycotoxins are different, and microscopic maple syrup, right? They can be aerosolized, they're attached, they're sticky, they stick to surfaces. I haven't seen anything yet that's been in a reproducible way with statistical relevancy that says XYZ process solves the problem. What we do know from the hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning is that it's multi-step, and it involves a couple of things. First and foremost, if you're not cleaning biofilms off of surfaces, you are not going to destroy the microorganisms that are growing in it. So you have to clean first in order to remove the biofilms before you even disinfect and decontaminate and sanitize. There's a very specific process. Again, I defer back to hospital infectious disease cleaning, and what I'm referring to is the difference between cleaning, sanitization, and sterilization. That's a 99.9, 99.99, 99.999 log reduction. But you can't disinfect if you haven't cleaned first, because you're not going to get those reductions. And I can prove that every which way from Sunday with an ATP monitor. So I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just got to see how other people do it that have been tried and true for a very long time. Every time you go into an operating room, or you know somebody that's gone into an operating room, that has been high-level decontamination, disinfecting, cleaning. And it does a good job, but it's manual cleaning isn't the only thing that gets you 100%. It can't. Human error.
Can I? I'm sorry. Let me just add something, if I can, about testing. And Randy, I think this is to your point. We are so much further ahead of the game than we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, which is just exciting to me about where we're headed. And some of the things that we're going to be learning and finding out about how to deal with mycotoxins is really, I think, on the horizon, pretty close to us. But I can tell you, when I started selling air purifiers in 1996, I knew that ozone killed mold. We didn't have testing for it, but anecdotally, you could see it. You could put an ozone machine in a place where there was visible mold growing on the wall, and it would turn to powder, and you could wipe it off the wall. But then came testing, which was really interesting, not only on ozone, but on PCO technology, on ionization, on the DBI. All of a sudden, they were able to prove clinically and in field studies that it was dealing with Stachybotrys, which is one of the hardest molds to actually eliminate. There was actually then we found that testing was done on methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, one of the hardest bacteria to kill. And so what I'm saying is we're moving in the right direction. Hang on. Eventually the science is going to be there. And that's why it's so important for us to be constantly learning and staying in touch with, just as Skip has done tonight, looking at the studies, looking at clinical studies, looking at field studies, doing case studies. All of that is so important because we can only know what we know, but we're learning more and more every single day. And that's just an exciting place to be.
You know, I want to quote Gavin real quick, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, because he said it numerous times, follow the science.
Yes.
And that's where we're really heading right now. And truthfully, and it's something that you just said, Doug, that just keyed something in my mind. You said about, killing different organisms. It's easy to kill the organisms, but you have to do it in a way where you don't kill the host if it's a person infected by it, or create an environment that's so toxic people can't go into it. The whole concept of use bleach because it kills Ebola. Oh, if it kills Ebola, it'll take care of everything. Ebola is described as a wimpy virus or bacteria or whatever it is because it's easy to kill. But when you're dealing with envelope, non-envelope, positive, negative gram bacteria, what scares the scientists the most are spores.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing for them to deal with. And that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are technologies out there. There are chemicals that that do eradicate all of it. Period. There are sporicidals out there that, by virtue of their definition, as for example, cold sterilants. I'm not going to go down that. By virtue of the definition, U.S. Pharmacopoeia 1072, a sterilant is an agent that destroys all forms of microbial life and their spores in either its liquid or vapor format. But the problem is, right, endotoxins are a fragment of that bacterial wall. And if you kill it and you leave it in the environment, where we all know now, after today, everybody's smarter because I did a great job tonight showing that if it was on the surface, it got in the air, it goes back on the floor, you walk past the floor, it goes back and you breathe it, you've left a contaminant in there. That's why this is so difficult. It is very meticulous. It has to be done in a certain way. You can't go in there with a rag and just wipe stuff off. It has to be methodical, meticulous, and technique dependent. Anyway.
So Doug, how do we raise his enthusiasm? How do we get him more engaged in this discussion?
One of the things I love about
you did a great
Skip,
job.
He shares our passion, and I just think it's a phenomenal opportunity that we have to change the lives of millions of people by creating cleaner, safer, healthier environments. I just wish more of our Normie members would get on board and get beyond the basic class and start taking some advanced classes. It's not about money as much as it is about education and staying up with the science. Because if you don't, you'll be left behind, right, Skip?
Yeah, you're already it's already past you. If for those of you out there that have witnessed some of this tonight, if you elect not to do this, somebody in your market is going to know this.
Yeah.
And you are going to be replaced. This is where it's going.
Yeah.
Doug, I talked right before I knew who Mr. President was. I've been talking about this in my marketplace for 5 years. People thought it was nuts. They thought I was crazy. Custer, I have more arrows in my back than you can possibly imagine. Guess what? We're here now.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's right. We are.
If you don't know this stuff, not to recite it verbatim, but to have a comfortable working understanding of the complexities of the contaminants in a water damaged building or structure, somebody in your marketplace is going to know it, and they're going to be the go-to.
Well, what you did tonight, Skip, was help take the people here in this room or anybody else that's watching this past the I've witnessed the bee sting and see a reaction.
Yeah.
Now they know there's other things they can't see causing the same type of reaction.
Yeah, I know we've gone really long. Let me just leave it at this. When I share what I just talked about tonight to people who say, I'm so sick, and then after we do the sanitization protocol in its entirety, if it was a remediation, we did that appropriately, but we left the house in as microbially decontaminated state as we possibly could, they go, I feel so much better. And I say, do you want to know why? Because here's all the testing. And you know what they say? No, I don't need to know why. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Some of them do, but you know, that's it. I mean, it's
That's right.
we're a hell of a lot more aligned, hospital infectious disease, biotechnology, than we ever possibly could have imagined. And it all
Absolutely.
started with what Normie started 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago.
Skip, thank you again. Doug, anything else?
Thanks, Skip. Great job, man.
Okay, everybody. One more time. I am back here live at the Experience Trade Show again, and I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with us from GBAC and ISSA. I think it's the easiest way to describe it.
We've got a lot of acronyms there.
Yes,
haven't
we do. Yes, lots of initials. Hey, one of the things I really want to tell you most about this interview is I get to stop for a few minutes. We have been talking to so many people today and doing so many things. It's been a very, very busy show the last 2 days.
The energy level at the Experience here in Las Vegas has just been amazing. But the people that have come here looking for ways to improve, people have come here with looking for solutions, people are looking for collaboration. I was just in a conversation a minute ago where someone said, well, I tried this, it didn't work the way I was expected. And someone else in the audience went, oh, I do it this way. And suddenly you've got this translation, this sharing of information that's going to improve our industry and improve their businesses because they came to the experience. It's just phenomenal.
Well, you know, you did a talk this morning and it was a newer concept that a lot of people are familiar with. And that's all I've been getting all day long. People coming up to say, hey, you were in the interview. What was that he was talking about? Do you have any information? I said, no, you're going to talk to Gavin yourself. You know, let him explain this and get a training course on it.
I think what we're talking about, Lance, is really radical. It's radical in a way that if people can understand that harmful, detrimental germs like bacteria, mold, yeast, don't live in isolation. They live in cities of microorganisms. They live in communities. And those cities of microorganisms are called biofilms. But our whole approach to remediation, restoration, cleaning has been one bacteria at a time. The way that we look at our cleaning products and our disinfectants, where we should be more focused on how does a community of bacteria survive on a surface? How do they help each other? And how does that make our job more challenging? And what processes and products and tools and equipment do we use to create a healthier and safe environment? But more importantly, show it by data, show it by information.
You know, one of the conversations I had with somebody after your talk was they were asking about, well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, about seeing a bacteria in a city. And I said, well, look at it this way. Your eyes aren't good enough to see a bacteria. When you see something growing there, that's a city of bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is really important that bacteria will grow on surfaces and it's colorless, it's invisible, and there might be 3 to 4 cell layers thick, and we won't see that. But in a biofilm, the different types of bacteria work together and they produce a protective covering. So it's a little bit like a building with scaffolding all around the building, but the scaffolding is solid. It's all filled in and it protects the inside of the building. So imagine that these bacteria do this protective covering. It's called EPS. And that protects the bacteria inside, which makes it more challenging, more difficult for the disinfectant or the clean product to actually get into into the harmful bacteria and kill them. And we find that because we're not focusing on that, we tend to go back and go, oh, I removed this, or I thought I cleaned it, but now the problem's even worse, or it came back. And so we've got to actually change our processes, look at it, revisit our products and tools and look at this more as we are dealing with cities of microorganisms, not just one or two.
Well, you had mentioned this morning something that really I found astounding, that some of the things that we use to treat the biological contaminants, the bacteria in this case, kill the bacteria, but it gets replaced by a different type of bacteria that could be worse.
Yeah, so there's people like Greg Whiteley in Australia, Stephanie Dancer in Scotland, who've been researching biofilms for years. And I want to emphasize, biofilms been known in so many other industries. We'll take all those lessons learned from other industries and we'll bring them into our industry. Mm-hmm. But the importance is that with this protective layer, when you remove, say, use a disinfectant, research has shown if you remove harmful bacteria with a disinfectant, then when they come back, it's more likely to get more harmful bacteria. If you use a probiotic product, or if you use an enzyme cleaner, or even if you just use soap and water like just a detergent, we find that when you remove the harmful bacteria, non-harmful, so environmental bacteria come in and take over that space. So it means that, yes, you've still got bacteria on the surface, but they're beneficial bacteria. They're environmental bacteria that are not harmful.
It's like within your digestive system, there's good bacteria and bad bacteria. Correct. And you need the good bacteria.
Yeah, and we need to appreciate from our industry that there is good bacteria. So we see biofilms being used for waste management. We see biofilms being used in the food production industry, all for good purposes.
Septic systems.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned about the scaffolding around protecting the bacteria. Is that like positive and negative gram bacteria, or is that something in addition to what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there is that definition between the different types of bacteria. What we find in a biofilm, we can get lots of different species of bacteria. We can find that there is certain species like a bacillus, which secretes like a protein, a polysaccharide, a peptide, different products that then protect Staphylococcus aureus. And we know that Staphylococcus aureus causes skin infections, for example.
MRSA you're talking about.
Yeah. So drug-resistant type Staph aureus. But what we're finding through research, and we've known this for a while, that some bacteria work together with Staphylococcus aureus and protect it. And so we have to understand that when we pick up a cleaning product or a disinfectant, and that we always say, read the label, and it says effective against one bacteria, in the real world, that's not real.
Right.
In the real world, those bacteria are living as a colony, as a biofilm. And so we want to help work with our manufacturers to start producing product that actually works on this city of microorganisms.
Do they use anything like an antibiotic to treat these biofilms?
That's a great question. So a lot of the drug-resistant germs that we see in hospitals have led through antibiotic use, even cleaning product use. And so biofilms actually lead to being resistant, making the antibiotics less effective. So it's really important as we try to target, what areas do we target? As we target the cell wall, for example, as we target the replication, multiplication, growth areas of the bacteria. So it's really important that a lot of people who work in, say, hospitals understand this. A lot of people that work in the food industry understand this. Those that work maybe in the nuclear industry, we get biofilms, pipes, the plumbers, you see biofilms build up on pipes. They understand that there is ways of removing those bacteria. But even in the medical world, we understand that biofilms can lead to greater antibiotic resistance, and that's a big problem.
So with this removal, like you're talking about pipes, if you remove that sludge that's in there, what do you do with it not to contaminate something else?
Yeah, great question, Lance. So let's go back to our definition of cleaning. And everyone's got to be clear on this. It's what makes us professional, what makes us essential as an industry is that we know how to remove. So cleaning is the process of removing. The next step in that process is disposing of what you've just removed in a way that's safe. And that's what makes us professional, where other people might remove it and don't know how to dispose of it. So yeah, when you get buildup of a biofilm in a pipe on a surface, yes, we've got to remove it, but we've also got to know how to dispose of it safely.
Is there any regulations on that, like there is on asbestos and lead? that you can't just throw it out or send it to a dump?
It's a good question. I work a lot in high consequence diseases. So if I'm dealing with an Ebola outbreak, yes, there are rules. There are regulations. There are requirements of what we can do and can't do with Ebola waste, with Ebola vomit and diarrhea as we clean that up. Yes. So we have to, so it's really important. Are those rules well known? I don't think they are. I think this is an opportunity for education, awareness, and training to help people be more professional.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned septic systems earlier, there's all kinds of bacteria down there growing, and it's going into the ground. It can seep into well water and stuff like that. Is that a concern when you try to clean these systems out?
It is. It is. So we know that the chemicals we use, we know the germs that we're removing can actually, if we don't do this properly, can get into other systems. And so it's so important. We know that within our industry, cross-contamination is a big issue. We can use the same cleaning cloth, whether it be a microfiber or a cotton rag or a mop, and if we don't use it properly, we can spread it to other rooms. And one of the big cases that I investigated a few years ago was a norovirus outbreak in a hotel, and it affected 350 people got sick at 9 different events over a 30-day period. And what was the problem? A dirty vacuum cleaner.
Spreading it from one place to another.
Every day. And that kept the outbreak going. And that was a norovirus outbreak.
Amazing. Well, it was educational, and everybody left talking about that presentation this morning. It was looking at the industry differently, shaking it up, definitely.
I think you're right, Lance. And it's what we're trying to do is trying to create opportunities. And so I talked a lot about how clean is a locker room, and how does the indoor air quality in a locker room, as well as what's on the surfaces, how dirty the surfaces are or how clean the surfaces are, and how does that affect performance of athletes. And that's known. There's been science, there's been research done on that. And then how do we, here in our industry, work with the professional athletes, college athletes, high school athletes, to ensure that we get them at their peak performance, because we, again, focus on cleaning for health, but we focus on indoor air quality as well as surfaces.
So I can see the professional gambling industry getting involved in the health of the athletes' indoor air quality.
Yeah, really important, Lance. There's a couple of studies out there that we know that have, they've been looked at Major League Baseball pitchers, quarterbacks from the NFL, and how that the quality of the air in the locker room, in their environment, actually affects their reaction rates, for example. That's known. I was working with a professional football team just recently, and I was talking to the coaches and the players about injuries. And they said, oh, yeah, we get cuts, abrasions, and they don't heal. And I said, well, that's a biofilm problem. The biofilm was formed on that burn, that injury on your leg, and it doesn't heal. And there's been some well-published articles where football players have taken months, even years, to heal. And what it was interesting, they thought it was the playing field, and went, no, it's not. It might be, but what more importantly, it's this environment here in the locker room, the gymnasium, the hot tub, the cold tub, that keeps reinfecting, that keeps that infection cycle going.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Which I hope is opportunities. I hope people can see this as, if we start doing what other industries are doing when it comes to biofilm. So like the food industry, dairy farms, if you start looking at biofilm in the way they have those conversations in hospitals, for example, on medical equipment, if we take those lessons learned, apply them to our industry, and put that in a way that, yes, we can increase performance of professional athletes, we can create safer and healthier indoor spaces, because we understand how microorganisms, how germs live in the environment.
So slightly off topic, when you deal with mold, does that exist in the same biofilm environment as bacteria?
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah. So I want to emphasize biofilms can occur in both wet or moist environments, but also dry environments. And so when we look at mold, and I think, I was just asked about some social media postings and what my opinion was on the way that they were addressing mold. And I said, yeah, I appreciate they're trying, but what they're not doing is cleaning the mold, removing the mold based on science, or what we know, what Normie knows, what you teach in the Normie courses. And wouldn't it be great if we could take that passion, that enthusiasm of the social media, the TikTok people, and actually give them a solution that's known to be proven by science to work, because they're trying to educate a greater audience, and they're doing their best, but not everything they're doing is 100% correct.
And unfortunately, some of the people putting information out there are putting out, if not all of the correct information, a slanted view of the information to make sales and for other reasons. And that's unfortunate.
It is, but it's what makes our industry so special, because we deal with passionate people. And when you have passionate, enthusiastic people, you have opinions. And unfortunately, some of those opinions, even in the year of 2024, are still, not just decades old, but centuries old. That's last year's that was the information we had in the 1800s. We don't do that now. We clean based on data, based on science, based on all those lessons learned, based on all the research and development that's gone into our industry. And we do it because this is what we know. This is what we know to do. And so important that as professionals, we translate and share that information. So those influencers out there are wonderful, but what we want them is to say, this is what works. Get everyone to do this.
Informed influencers are what we want.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. And not somebody just because it's a hot topic running with it, the shock jocks, as you would call them, from radio. It's really people that are informed, being the influencers for the right reason.
And that's a really good point, because mold can be everywhere. And it's not a disaster. It's not a catastrophe. It's not an emergency. It's giving the people the right knowledge, tools, and equipment to address mold themselves, so they do it safely, and they create safer indoor spaces for their families and their loved ones.
Absolutely. Well, I know I've been talking since about 8 o'clock this morning. I think you have too.
I am just so impressed that here in Las Vegas, I had the experience that the level of energy is pretty high.
Oh, very high.
The level of engagement and the level of sharing of information has been fantastic. Yeah, I don't think from probably 8 o'clock this morning till whatever time it is this afternoon, it's been constant conversation. It's been wonderful.
It is nonstop. I mean, we have a sign-up board here for people that want to do interviews, and sometimes you run over a few minutes and they're waiting, tapping their foot, is it my turn yet? And we get there as fast as we can.
And I think that's what's so important, Normie, from an example of what Normie does as an organization, what ISSA does as an organization. We take these wonderful people and we try to form functional teams.
Teams is a key word.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's going to take. Not one person, not one company is going to fix the problems that we have with our environment.
It is. It's going to take a team. And the thing is, we can do that. I'm very confident that we have, amongst us, we have the potential, the opportunity to get really good people together to form functional teams that go back to cleaning and ensuring that what we do is professional, makes our industry essential, and it elevates where we should be in society, in the community, in discussions. Because if we don't do our job, then everyone complains. If we do our job, we don't get recognized. And that's what we need to change.
I think one of the biggest problems our industry has is we're dealing with microscopic entities. And people, if they don't see it, smell it, taste it, or hear it, it doesn't exist until they get sick from it. It's not like smog. It's not something you smell in the air. And that's really, I think, the hardest thing that we have to overcome.
And that's a great point, Lance. If you're seeing the bacteria, if you're seeing the mold, if you can smell it, if you're getting impacted by it, then it's too late.
Right. But it's got your interest.
Yeah.
Or your attention at the very least.
Yeah, and that puts us in the game of prevention. How do you sell prevention?
Yeah, from something you can't see.
Correct.
I look forward to finding the answer on that with you.
We are going to work together, and I think that as we do that, and especially with the people we've talked to here in Vegas at the experience, as long as we take that team approach, we're going to have a significant impact, and we're going to do great things.
Absolutely. Just as a tease, I just want to throw out a website, NormiPro, NORMIPRO, ETF, environmentaltaskforce.org.